bring my spread.
Optimistic to think that I would beat it.
On your scorecard, you are 850 plus. That's going to go a little S at the top right of your scorecard. Double check to make sure we got that right. 860 plus. You should have a little SS on the top right of your scorecard. It's on the side.
time is it at?
7:30.
I forgot my stuff. I'll let you know in a few minutes.
Okay. Be happy to have you.
Anyone else want in practice? Give it a few more minutes to get up the hose. You can come along. It is going right here, annual money. I got the phone call. 2 minutes.
I can't hear you. What? Hey, not my problem.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Bowl Stream TV for Squad 2 of the 2024 New Mexico Open. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Pleased to have you back. Those of you who stepped away momentarily, had about a 50-minute break between the end of Squad 1 and, of course, now the beginning of Squad number 2. Should be another fun-filled squad. Of course, if you had a chance to watch any of the bowling this morning, you know that J.D. Nance was, simply put, spectacular this morning. Plus 248. Plus 248 on the squad for J.D. Nance. He is certainly a lock to get into the top 32. No other player during squad 1 this morning went plus. So it was just JD Nance, and it was pretty clear early on that JD was going to be on an island by himself. He got out in front pretty early, 258 out the gates. Then he had the front 10, shot 289, and never looked back. And thanks to Principal, he did take home an additional cash prize of leading the squad. Again, additional cash prizes are available for just the first 2 squads on Friday to kick off the tournament. Again, courtesy of Principal. Got some good players here. Steve Klumpkin, Coach K. Over on the left side of your screen, Brandon Knowles. Talk about a full circle moment. Brandon Knowles was, he shot 300 at Junior Gold several years back. And I was there to actually cover that. I remember, I'm pretty sure I took the video that we used for that. And then I probably at least wrote a sentence or 2 about it. Oh. Elias almost made that. And it's Alvarez from Rio Rancho. She went to Tulane. I'm about to tell Eddie that we were talking about players and just people from New Mexico and Rio Rancho, Albuquerque, and surrounding areas and cities. Just not quite getting the pub maybe that they should, and maybe this one of those players. Bowl collegiately. Go down and get some of our names that I'm going to need. Bill Gregory here. Assuming his name is indeed Bill Gregory on lane 8. Underneath his underneath his name, it's not quite a logo. But on the right of your screen, it says Bill Gregory, low revs, high hopes. That's his motto, which I just really absolutely love that. That should have been my motto back in the day. Oh man, that's great. So the interesting question will be, if those who certainly look like a Steve Klumpkin, for example, who was here early. I'm sure a few players, certainly like a Steve Novak, bowling on this squad. Watched the live stream. Steve came in last couple games, get some real reconnaissance. Chad Lucci out here bowling. There's some solid players. Will they deviate, no pun intended, from what their eyes might have told them? That maybe the gutter certainly is in play. Will urethane be in play? It is early for Steve. Jim Tillery is in the squad. Dennis Helmick is on the bottom of your screen. That's about how you do it right there if you're Steve Klumpkin. Coach K is in the building. We ain't talking about Duke University. Kevin Robertson. What's up, Kev? Shout out to Two Hip and Keith Hubert watching from Kansas. Alvarez trying to get started here with a nice double. Great shot. She might have to get the ball started just a little bit faster. Just a little bit. And what I mean by that is she wants to be able to get that ball into a roll a little bit earlier so it won't, quote unquote, kind of hydroplane with her release so it can get through the pins and get that 10 pin out. Yeah, this is DQ. I'm a little disappointed. This is can't get much better for you, DQ. At least for like a half a block. It's there for sure. Without question. Everybody watching from Las Cruces and everywhere else in the building. Brian, you know, Jeff was going to post scores on the Bowl JBT website. We see if they are up, but that's where it's going to be posted. So I'll drop this link, and whenever Squad 1 scores are going to be posted, this is where they will be. Got to get a pin out the curtain there in the back.
Stupid. Yeah, it's on the gutter.
Love a good Stone Cold head pin. Alvarez will take care of it. If you're just joining us, Coach K and Brandon Knowles out there starting very strong. Jose Terrazas also on 7 and 8. Here's Knowles stepping up on 6. just about the same game plan. They do it just a little bit differently, of course, Knowles and Klumpkin. But between the two of them, ten strikes and 11 frames. Bang. That pitch block just going through the pins in such a beautiful way. Had a chance to talk to Steve just a little bit. Always a pleasure to talk with him. Talked about did not know he had a runner-up finish. He could just go right into it, recounted it like it was yesterday. Shot there from Alvarez. Greg Wobema. Marvin Cromwell over on the left. Well, there's got some players around certainly New Mexico and this southwest region. We already know that. Had a few more people out there bowling on squad one. It looks like an early count at about 25 maybe out there. But all of those numbers are going to rise as soon as we step foot in the building tomorrow. Hook a little, just enough. Steve Klumpkin. But he's got away with one there.
16 pounds.
Steve said that's why he throws 16 pounds, because it hits like 14. I tell you, anytime I hear somebody throwing 16 pounds still, which of course there's a few like Missy Parkin on the PWBA tour. But yeah, I don't think I knew Steve threw 16 pounds until he just told me right there. When I hear 16 pounds, I just instantly go back to my dad and just trying to, you know, somehow pick up a 16-pound ball. Brandon Knowles will take his time. It's weird though, right? Because when you have kids, that's what our children do now. They run around. For sure, Enzo still does it, trying to pick up bowling balls that are obviously too heavy, or just roll them around on the floor or whatever, because now they both want to do it. And but it took me right back. 16 pounds? Oh yeah, my dad's he's somehow tossing a 16-pound rock at and trying to knock down all 10 pins at one time. Knowles, little left, but it does hold off. It was a little left. He asked for it to stop. It did. Either Alvarez maybe can get a little closer to the gutter, but she is speed dominant in that sense. So she'll need to see the friction a little bit earlier. Her ball will, specifically. Bluegrass 300 in the building. What's up, Bluegrass? It's weird seeing your name as Kenny on Bowl TV in that chat. This is the Bluegrass we all know. I don't anticipate, and 8 games is a lot, obviously, but I just don't see Brandon Knowles not doing anything to really put himself in a bad spot. Same thing with Steve Klumpkin. To me, that's like 2 players we can already really put into the top 32. What that hooked early. Wow. Ooh, that hooks. Good quality frame there for Knowles. If this is Greg, I'm not sure to properly pronounce his last name. Well, Bim, I believe, but man, he reminds me of who was the lefty on tour who wore a glove that also was left-handed. Of course, not Pete. Pete right-handed, obviously, but there was a lefty. Was it Richie Wolf? Did he wear a glove? That's got to push. Yep. Dennis Horan, thank you. It could be Litch too. I could be thinking about Litch because I do see. I'm thinking white glove. Now it just got to me that Greg here is wearing two gloves. So some fanfare, but things starting to come to a little bit of a simmer here. Turn the heat down. Now it's on low or 1. At the most 2. Oh, we take all breaks. We take all breaks. I'm with you on that one, Mr. Cromwell.
There's a ball spinner in my bag too.
Oh, one of the little small ones that have the quick bearings in it?
Yeah.
So again, different vibe, but on the high end, I'm seeing from here something that looks like a ton of strikes. Jose trying to take his time, figure some things out. Started very well. The opening 3-bagger, then a split. Got another one since then. Wow. Well, I literally just talked earlier, and I still believe this. I don't think Brandon is going to do anything too crazy that would disrupt his opportunity to advance to the top 32. But that's what happens when I start talking good about people. Things like that happen. Four, 6, 9, 10. It's not what you want on your bingo card. Almost made that thing. All right, so Klumpkin can get into the 260s with a double in the 10 frame. Cromwell can strike out for 172. Greg here can strike out for 191. And Brandon Knowles can shoot or get into the 230s with a double. Now Alvarez step up in frame 9. He can only get to 190. Not as many players off the top, righties in particular. Now this is just those in my general vicinity here who have started playing to the right, playing out with your thing. Alvarez, I believe, has reactive in her hand. I'm looking. Maybe Dennis Helmick to our right on 9 and 10. Of course, Greg here. Now, I was specifically talking about righties. I do think Dennis is throwing urethane at the moment as a righty. Greg throwing it on the left. First opportunity for Knowles in the 10th frame. Great shot. Urethane, you see it start to pick up, and then it looks like it's going to make its additional or final descend, if you will, and then it just stops. Coach K. Oh, wow. Brutal break, and you might have to imagine subtle move after leaving 3, 6, 9, 10 on that lane in frame 8. Maybe one that's, ever so subtle. Yeah, you hate to see this game in like that, but Pumpkin's got to make this thing now. He's got a chance. 241 for Steve. Jose gets to 169. Knowles gets the double. So it'll be the 230s for proper count. Mr. Gregory's going to be in the 140s, 143 to be exact. And now Alvarez, a former Tulane University product. I'll get the final count after game 1 scores are complete. Now Alvarez got to deal with some split situations here in the final frame. .158 there for Alvarez. We're all done on 7 and 8. Go to 9 through 12 here in a moment after Knowles' final shot is complete. Okay. I wasn't on the bingo card either. All right, Brandon will remain at 224. He looked right down. He didn't quite stick the landing, but that follow through was going right. Hopefully, you hate to, you want things to come down to a fill shot. Well, hopefully we won't look back and have to think about that for Brandon. But both he and Klumpkin start well. I had some struggles or some late items at the end, unfortunately. Steve is going to move right. He's going to be on 7 and 8. And then Brandon is going to make the long trek back down. He's going to be on, what's that, 17 and 18. He's going to finish on 7 and 8. Rocco, I feel we've all been there. It's not a place you want to be, of course, but it is part of the situation. That's a good, solid shot there from Dennis. Second one will put him in the 180s. Dennis Helmick right here in Rio Rancho. He's got some, we're talking about Wichita State earlier. He's got some ties, family, children, etc. going to Wichita State. Heard someone giving out the what's going down, right lane's right, left moves left on the format. Oh, I'm sorry, the lane skip, and Dennis with another one. There's Karen Barkle to your right. And Karen off to a slow start, one of the best women certainly here in the area. All right, Dennis finishes it out. 7 on the field, 177. And game one is in the books, so a little bit different. The vibe is different here for squad 2, and there are a couple reasons for that. One, of course, JD Nance just put everybody in a frenzy earlier, right? So he was like, okay, we must watch TV here at 9 a.m. today. And then he followed that with front 10. And so talk about setting a tone. He did that about as well as you can do it. Speaking of Nance, it was almost as like, he was forcing everyone else to step up their games a little bit, even though, it's not a direct competition. They're not bowling against JD. But when you come out and do what you did, it's like there's that level of expectation. And boy, he didn't miss on that. He delivered in almost every single way possible. So we got Helmick, Klumpkin. Looks like Steve Schultz has joined us on 7 and 8. There's a 9 and 10 underway. So we got Lucci down there, Justin O'Donnell, Brett Cromwell. He's over on 9 and 10. Bill Gregory's moved over to 9 and 10. It's be a solid group here on 7 and 8. Alvarez and Jose move over to the left. Tomorrow, of course, a full day of bowling. 3 squads. We start at 7 a.m. Mountain Time. That's 6 Pacific, It's 8 Central, 9 a.m. Eastern. Already heard a saves and open. Again, Jason Silva was second on the squad this morning at minus 64. And I'd be shocked, I mean, completely shocked if minus 64 ended up making the number, but things have happened before that are wild, certainly in bowling. Dennis looks like he's just prepared and ready for golf. Looks like he should be out right now on the links. David Tolson is in the building. Not literally. He is in the chat, though. On his way to Albuquerque. David Tolson bowls. Because I saw his name earlier on my sheet. Squad 4. Oh, Dave's in the he's in the big squad, huh? This is what it's perceived to be based on who's bowling it. That's for sure. But it's a good squad to be in if you are if you're a little lost. There's a ton of players in squad 4 to watch and try to figure something out. Easy to follow too, kind of what everyone else is doing. Should have Steve Mackey a little bit. He didn't have a chance to hang out this morning. Eddie Joe Torres decided to hang out for the entire block. That's got a chance. Maybe a little too slow there for Dennis. Again, post your score and hope it's good enough to get into the top 32. No re-entries. Boy, it looks like there might be a little hang on lane 8. Shot didn't really look like it was that bad. And that ball just kept on moving on forward. Oh, there's a good break to the right. Alex Lindahl. Get you back over here in a moment after Lucci's spare shot. Right lane might be a little tricky there for Clemson. Let's see if Greg has figured out something here. Early double. Wow. I go back to him and then just boom. He owed 6-8. There are a few additional strikes to start game 2, though. They look like they're coming from the high end. See Joey Big Fee down there. First look at scores. Game 1, we saw 2 of those on 5 and 6. Steve Plumpkin, 241. Ryan Skidmore, 225. But the other one, of course, was Brandon Knowles, 224. Brett Cromwell, 204. Jim Tillery also shot 204. Very similar start to where there were only 5 players who had a game that was plus this morning after one game in squad 1. Same situation here. 5 players are plus after game 1. Wow. Dennis makes the move to reactive. And boy, there you saw the difference. Saw how much quicker that reactive ball started to make its move. Again, 5 players plus after one game here on squad 2. Let me double check if squad 1 has been posted yet. I'll send Jeff a text about that just to remind him. He may have forgotten. Scores after game 1. Steve Plumpkin. Brian Skidmore at plus 25. Brandon Knowles at plus 24. Brett Cromwell at plus 4. He is tied for 4th with Jim Tillery. If there is a name that you would like to know about regarding scores, just let me know in the chat. I'll be happy to tell you. Vanessa Romero went -2. To check Romero's game here in a moment. I think she was moving. Yeah, she's slowly moving left. Steve Novak shot 193. Sorry about that. Greg shot 181. He was -19. I wrote he was -81, which is not correct. And finally, Dennis Helmick is 10th at minus 23 after 1. Oh, the house. There's that Wichita State connection I was talking about earlier with Dennis. Push. The fans want to know if this is the Packy or if it's someone else in the account, of course, regarding the house. All you got to do is ask them. Just drop it in the chat. Hey, Matt. Hope the family's doing well. Well, I'll be honest with you, folks. It is maybe that was the J.D. Nance true effect. Was that he really just took the eyes away from how difficult, generally speaking, this tournament is, and the pattern, of course, because without him and his great start, it feels a bit more difficult to try to conquer this lane condition. At least if you watch JD strike, you go, okay, there's hope. I can get something done. Well, that's a solid Friday, Matt. Had a couple vids, bunch of low bowling. Appreciate that. In fact, while everyone is watching, if you wouldn't mind to hit the thumbs up, please. Hit the thumbs up. And if you have not already, subscribe to Boldstream TV. All right, so there's definitely some good bowling going on 13 and 14. One of those players is Steve Novak. Boy, Steve now, I don't know if that was the ball. It might be getting just a little bit slow for him, almost a little too slow. He might be in a reactive situation here pretty soon. Now starting to look and feel all things New Mexico Open. That's what happens when you get a player that's on an island doing things that, generally speaking, you're like, that's not going to happen. No way, not at this tournament. Novak has definitely figured something out on 13 and 14. I would be curious. Let's see where he's throwing it. I mentioned Andy Zumwalt earlier. Those of you used to who do bowl the Open Championships, but certainly bowled it in the early 2010s, part of the decade. Andy was a prominent member of the Open Championship staff and part of the build team. He's from New Mexico. Came out early to watch a little bit of Squad 1. He's here for Squad 2. There is a Pro-Am tonight as well. That's at 7:30. That will not be streamed. And the move to reactive. And even Steve Klumpkin now has got that look on his face like, whoa, wait a minute. I think lane 8 is, I think it's a little tricky on the gutter. And Dennis is firmly in between. He had to put the reactive away after getting to it. A little bit too strong, too quick of a response. Goes back to urethane, and then of course it's too slow. Well, all of a sudden, Klumpkin now after shooting 241. Great look on 5 and 6 with urethane. I'm trying to figure out which reactive is going to be best. Maybe try to close out this game here on 7 and 8. This is it's funny because I said I didn't expect what JD did earlier, but I also didn't expect this start from the field as a whole. I'm thinking we might see a few more strikes just because people would understand what's out there now. But that is not the case. It's weird. It's like it's had the reverse effect. Looks like, let's see, Joe La Rosa having a good game on 13 and 14. He and Steve Novak can get into the at least the 220s respectively. Steve's got a strike in the 9th and then at least get the first hit in the 10th to get to 220. Again, Steve moving in our direction, and we'll be on camera here in about, or at least a game. We'll move to 11 and 12. We can get to him. The old man. The Ball Brothers do rock. Still with the one of the cooler YouTube channels. Good shot there from Jose. One of the cooler YouTube channels. Certainly names. I mean, that's a branding dream. Ball Brothers Bowling. I mean, that is. It's the triple B's right there. Not quite like, you know, the Ball family, like LeVar Ball triple B, but you know what I mean. Is this the one? Certainly looks like it. Good shot there from Klumpkin. Like maybe an Excel. If you look, if you were here, folks, I'm trying to describe it to you, but it now looks and feels like we're bowling on like the U.S. Open. Good shot there from Steve Schultz here. A couple of Steves on 7 and 8. People are like, okay, now it's the New Mexico Open, right? This is what it feels like. And again, if you looked at the scores, speaking of that, let me send Jeff a note. Steve Novak, by the way, is still playing out. Just got the first one in the 10th on 13 and 14. I do just think that lane 8 is just a little bit tricky right now. There's some hang on lane 8. Well, that one did bounce for Steve, but wow. What a change of events, though. But yeah, we were talking earlier about the differences, you know, pair to pair. You just never quite know how it's going to work out. And an opportunity that you think he's going to continue that momentum. And now we got the man for the first time today, Steve Mackey, in the booth. How you doing, Steve?
Oh, I'm good. And glad to be commentating.
That's right, the 20th.
Given what's happening out here, goodness.
Yeah, I was just talking about the just obviously what JD did was so great earlier. Took the focus off, like, you know, there were a few people maybe fighting to try to get a spot in the top 32 theoretically, but it was a tough squad overall. And this one feels like, you know, it's the true New Mexico Open or it's the U.S. Open. It's like, whoa, it's like a shell shock type of thing happening out there.
Yes, looks like Mike Miller was at his evil best.
Yeah, he was.
And not just on the right, but on the left for everyone. But JD, who was actually further out than he was the whole week in the sweepers and whatnot. He was out in the two board, something like that, way out in the weeds, and throwing it with great speed and a lot of confidence and tremendous authority. I mean, that ball was getting down there as quick as anyone I've seen on tour in the last couple of years, and there's a few speeders out there.
It had some bad intentions.
Steve Klompkin in front of us here, runner-up a couple of years ago before COVID to Dwayne Mellinger back in 2019. And he's left a nasty split there in the 9th frame. That's going to be a tough game for him.
High game over on 5 and 6 is 176.
And that's by Yorelis Alvarez, who was one of our Rio Rancho Rams alumni. A few years ago, she was the anchor man that won the title for us against a team from Volcano Vista High School. And she ended up with a full ride scholarship to Tulane and made the bowling team there. And while she was there, her academics were excellent, and some sponsors at the school gave 60 people a 2-week trip to Australia.
Oh,
they went to Melbourne, they went to Sydney, all around Sydney, the Opera House and the zoo and so on, and then they took them up to Cairns, which is about 1,800 miles north of Sydney. They spent 2 weeks down there. It was all free because of their sporting accomplishments and coupled with their academic achievements. So that was really fantastic. Steve Schultz right in front of us now, looking resplendent in his new I Am bowling shirt. And Steve loves to bowl. He's a keen student of the game, and he watched every ball in the first squad this morning and said, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to stick to my game plan. And I don't know what he had in the first game, but he's got a chance to shoot 208 here, and on the TV pair, given what I saw earlier, that's a pretty good game.
Yeah, he shot 154. So that's a very nice bounce back, all things considered.
A little bit of loft. Oh, what a break that was. Take it, Steve. Steve Danner and I bowl in our Wednesday night trios, and Paul Yoder runs the pro shop here, and he's taken up sponsorship of that league for the new season. We've already got 19 teams of 3 signed up for it. So we're looking forward to bowling with Steve again in that. Well, he's going to shoot 2-0. And Steve Klompkin in a world of trouble here. 109 in the 9th. He probably hasn't had that for maybe 40 or 50 years.
Yeah, it's a strange thing that the century mark happened early here for Steve, but you would not anticipate that.
Well, that's a good effort. And almost a clean game. Opened the first frame and then had a few spares in the middle. Went off the sheet for 208. Good job for him. 362 for 2. He might be in the top 7 or 8 with that after 2 games. Klompkin seems to be in the right place out here.
Yeah, this right lane, though, has been tricky.
Well, we've seen it every year that we've covered 7 and 8. 8 tends to hang out to dry, and 7 a little on the jumpy side. So not the easiest pair to have the championship match on, but They'll be bowling for 13,500 on top on Sunday. Looks like we'll end up at about 160 entries or more. We've got some spots tomorrow if you're in New Mexico or in this area. We do have space available at 7 o'clock in the morning and also 6:30 tomorrow night. And I think we've got maybe one at 12:30 in the afternoon. Someone moved from that squad.
Yeah, squad 4 looks pretty serious. Well, that right there is the New Mexico Open. Looking like Steve may go out and find some stuff that looks just like JD Nance, and then all of a sudden it gets to 7 and 8, but specifically lane 8 for Steve. Meanwhile, Dennis gets into a little bit of a different urethane, a little IQ 78U. Finding something a little bit consistent here.
Again, he's in a reasonable place on the approach, but hard to get those bowling balls back when you're out in the weeds.
How's business going here at Tenpins and More?
Well,
now you got leagues going, because I saw those last night.
Yeah, it's a federal election year, and business is tough. I've got to tell you, it's people are worried about disposable income, and you know they go to the. I know Downer and I and 2 cats. Our grocery bill's $700 or $800 a month for 2 people and two non-voracious cats. So and gas $3.99 a gallon the other day for the middle grade. Bring back 2020, please. Bring back the prices at least from 2020. We ended up with 40 sponsors this year. You got some on the screen there. Innovative Auto Solutions. They're also not only a sponsor of this tournament, they're a sponsor of our Monday Night Draft League in the fall. And the owner, Demos Quintana, also sponsored 6 bowlers in this event.
Oh, wow.
Paid for them in full. So he's one of our best sponsors for sure this year. Then we've got Pabst beer. Pabst, of course, the official beer of the PBA Tour these days. Principal Financial Group in the first squad, the top 5 got bonus money, $1,000 worth. JD Nance picked up $350. He also got 4 high scores, each at $75, so he got $650 out of that. I paid him $500 for last night's sweeper as well, so he's won $1,100.
Wow.
Before he's started in the brackets. Jason Silver, who runs the pro shop up at Silver Lanes here in Albuquerque, got $250 for his second place. Callista Fritz goes to college in Amarillo, and she finished 3rd for $150. Robert Lawrence, former U.S. Open champion, and Marty Bedford, both from Texas, each got $125 for 4th and 5th place. Same deal goes for this squad. Principal Financial Group giving another $1,000 away for the top 5 in this one.
That's a very nice nice opportunity to have. In particular, you know, even if you don't, I mentioned this, even if you don't advance or make the cut to the top 32, you could find your way with a few bucks in your pocket still, and maybe even make the entry back.
Now this young man here right in front of us, he's got the global shirt on, Alex Lindor. He showed up the other night for one of the sweepers Wednesday, and he said, "Oh, there's the voice. I've been watching the show for years from the New Mexico Open. I thought I'd come up and have a look at you, seeing you've been one of the main commentators." So he came up to see a real Australian. I should say a transplanted Australian. I've been a naturalized American for over a decade. Well, Steve Schultz has opened up in trouble again on lane 5. He left one of those weirdo splits. Brett Cromwell coming up on lane 8. Him and his brother Marvin bowling in this squad. Brett bowled for the first time in this tournament last year, and he's got a pretty easy going style on the left. Gave it a bit of air. And here's a dodo bird right in front of us. Have a look at lane 7. And I'll tell you why in a moment. One of the nicest guys we have bowling league here. He won our Sport Shot Singles League on Sunday night and asked me how many bowling balls he has in the paddock.
1.
Exactly. No more and no less. He has 1 ball. He won the Sport League. He averaged about 189 on a reasonably difficult sport shot. We had 3 different sport shots during the short season league. And on the last night, there was only a 1.5 points separating the top 4, and he went 3-1 in the final. And he'd already planned to go to California this week. And when I reminded him he'd won the spot, he said, "Well, I'll stay here and bowl in the tournament." But hopefully he won't regret missing a trip to California. What did he have in the first game? Do we have that?
He had
lane grade 183. Not bad.
Not bad indeed, based on the way.
Yeah.
The way this scoring or this squad has gotten off to. It started, I mean, just completely night and day.
Klompkin, after an absolute disaster in that first game, has moved a little further towards the ball return there, and still in trouble.
It's interesting that we are watching for things that are the complete opposite. Earlier we were watching if JD could be able to maintain his pace as he moved pairs. Would he encounter some carry down? There were 3 lefties at least bowling this morning. And now we're watching, Steve, who got off to such a great start. Is his look going to be remain the same? And boy, 7 and 8 certainly wasn't kind to him. And now he's out there fishing.
Well, we have $75 for the high game on each pair during each of the qualifying squads. That's potential $4,000 or so in added money. And one of the high games in squad 1 was a 218. So that's going to win $75. 218. Definitely would not win a.
How about that?
Bracket in league anywhere. This is really split city here. This is hard to watch.
Hello from to Secret Avenue, watching from Virginia. Everyone else who was watching, Emil Williams Jr. here with Steve Mackey. David Haynes up there bowling this squad.
Well, after 2 games, Brandon Knowles, who was the top qualifier a number of years ago, he shot 17.43 in the first squad pre-COVID. Hasn't been able to get back here too often since. He's in the lead by 2 from Brian Skidmore, 408 to 406. Stephen Novak from Kentucky expected to make the top 32 easily. He's got 396. Vanessa Romero from Las Cruces, way south of here, about 3.5 hours drive. She has 391, and she's on her way down this this end of the house. So Be good to see her. Brett Cromwell, 385. Sixth place, Jimmy Tillery, 370. And Joe LaRosa, former New York City Police Department, now retired.
He always
368. Steve Schultz, 362, 8th place. So just running through those scores again real quick. 408, 406, 396, 391, 385, 370, 368, and 362. That's the top 8 people at the moment.
Just joining us, folks. Again, a much different vibe in the building. You could argue that the vibe might have been similar if J.D. Nance wasn't bowling or did not bowl this morning.
Well, he bowls every year in the first squad. He likes that chance at bonus money. There's always an opportunity for that. He was also second in that squad last year, and of course ended up running second to Francois Lavoie. Francois could make history here. You're a historian, you know things. I'll ask you this question. Has any scratch bowler in America ever won 3 weekends in a row in scratch events? He's won at Jonesboro, and he's won last weekend as well.
I feel like the answer to that would be yes, just because there's just really been some great scratch bowlers over the course of our time.
3 weekends in a row, not 3 tournaments in a row.
And not the same tournament, right? Because he's been, as you said, Jonesboro, which was a PBA title for him.
Yep.
That was the PBA, PWBA, PBA 50 trios. Then he won a regional in Denver.
A super regional.
And then
this.
I'm going to try to win your turn.
So, you know, 3 significant tournaments with big fields, quality fields. David Haynes, a winner here in 2006. He's bowled here almost every year. But David has had an interesting career. Of course, he owns Haynes Bowling Supply in the Las Vegas area. I'm not sure if it's in Henderson now or in Vegas itself. And he's been a coach of overseas bowling teams and coached the Hong Kong national team for a number of years. Steve Klompkin cannot believe what's going on here.
No, I don't think he can either, to a degree. He's such a smart player, though, so I anticipate him to figure something out. All you're really looking for here is, I'm thinking if you can get to even, certainly you're looking all right, especially the way I mentioned earlier. I said plus 10 might be the number. I wouldn't deviate from that yet, just because of I haven't seen one squad from tomorrow yet, obviously. Nearly made that Greek church.
Well, 241 by Klompkin was backed up with a 118. Possibly a new record between games, 123 pins the difference. Although thinking of it another way, you could shoot 177 and 300. There's 123 pins. But 241 and 123.
Well, I mean, I like the way you just mentioned it.
Let's have a look at David Haynes. He's searching out there. At least he's not staying in the same place and expecting a different result.
And what you don't see, folks, Steve Klompkin there, he just went down to get a look at what or where David Haynes is at on the lanes. Steve trying to figure out what his move is going to be. after, you know, maybe thinking like, I tell you, if you joined us earlier, you know, Eddie, Joe, and I talking about how the gutter was supremely in play, and to a degree it still is. But man, 7 and 8 took a lot of steam away from Steve Plumpkin, and now trying to recoup over on 9 and 10. I don't know if he's gonna have to make the big jump left. He might have to give it a try, at least on the fill, if he gets one in the 10th frame.
Trouble in the 10th frame here today with this lane condition is sometimes you don't get a chance at a fill.
That is supremely correct.
Take it, Steve. Brooklyn's are like gold. That's a good one. Let's have a look at Haynes. Interesting.
Wow.
That was a five arrow. He's wandered down here again and having another chat with the Hong Kong bowling coach.
He's out there in the 5th arrow already.
Hard to see anyone being successful from there, but with a man of his former team, a long-time Team USA member, and bowling on all sorts of garbage around the world, I'm sure, on the old wood lanes.
Yeah, he's the first real, you know, player that we've seen. Speaking of David Haynes, who said, "I'm going to play in early and have it actually look solid." We did see players have success later in the tournament, or in the block, I should say.
Well, if you want to know anything about the tournament, we've got probably our best looking official program this year. It's available at tenpinsmore.com. Go to the NMO tab and press down the official program. You can download it or read it online. And let us know online here what you think. Well, Steve Schultz trying to get out of trouble here. He's on a 180-odd pace. Can you read that? We just got a comment here in, I'm not sure, Japanese or what is that?
Let's have a similar comment.
It looked like it might be Korean.
About how to giving advice on how to handle maybe the spinner release. Oh, Steve. Trevor unfortunately not bowling this year. And there's that hook in the middle, where you know it's still flat. Plumpkin bottom right of your screen.
And back-to-back splits on lane 9. Let's see what happens this time. Oh, tough break. A lot of 7 pins here on light hits. The ball's trying to mix these pins. These are brand new cubic or AMF pins. They're 3 pound 9 ounces. Got put in on Monday, so they've had some lineage on them, but not much, and they'll be pretty solid bottoms. local newspaper, new reporter. Gary Heron, our longtime reporter here for the New Mexico Open. Has retired.
Oh, he retired?
Yeah. He's about my age. He's in his 70s. And finally had all the fun he could take covering the New Mexico Open. He did a great job for us. And I'm sure our new reporter here will do the same.
Yeah, I just read
Taylor
a feature.
Hood.
I think it was by him. I read a feature on the way here. It wasn't like from this month, but it was from maybe the last 2 to 3 months.
Yeah. Well, Cromwell's got some trouble on this lane. 3, 5, and 7th frame all difficult shots for him. He's a little deeper than was J.D. Nance on this pair. Nance was way out. Good shot by Chad Lucci.
Yeah, in many cases, J.D. was sometimes lofting.
Yeah.
Not supremely, but he was throwing it over the cap.
Yeah.
In certain instances, really on top of it.
It's the only time you want to see a gutter ball is when the machine cycles. You don't want to stand too far outside. Well, there's Klompkin. He's struck each time on lane 10, on lane 9. Can't quite get there. He almost got a turkey out of that last one. Here's David Haynes. Let's see where he is now. See where the ball goes over the arrows. Right around 4 and 5, and jumped just a tad. That's where he won it from in 2006, and in 2006 and on the wood here, no one was that far left, unless you're a left-hander. No one was out there, and he was in a bit of trouble, and he said, well, I've got nothing to lose. I'm going to jump about 4 dots that way left, and the rest is history for him. He's made the cut quite a few times here and been in the championship match a couple of times over the years as well. You can read all about that actually in our official program. I did a lot of research on that and dug up the results from 19 years. Now Cromwell just made a significant ball change there. That ball didn't move much at all.
Great answer, Trevor and Michael Conroy. Yeah, it's the the Mike Miller special, which again has just even for those who, you know, everybody end up finishing on the minus side, minus J.D. Nance. But for a while, you see a couple players like where's our final tally? Callista Fritz,
yes,
for example, Jason Silva,
yeah,
had some good moments, right, where you look like, okay, you know, there's other players who could play the gutter. It just doesn't feel like that here in Squad 2. It feels a little different to where, I mean, there might be one player. Well, we saw 2. You know, Brandon Knowles shot, what, 2-0, I guess, game, no, 184, excuse me. So the scoring pace immediately dipped.
That was a pretty good 184 too. It was down the other end, and he'll be coming this way shortly.
How long has Mike been creating the pattern? Like since the inception of the tournament?
20 years.
20 years too.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've had winner. In fact, John Young, still the only bowler to have won it twice. He won 2004 from the first arrow, and then 2005 he won from the second arrow. And we've had winners all the way across to past the 6th arrow, including David Haynes.
Okay.
Craig Nidover was very deep, quality bowler from Michigan. Poor old Steve, that lane 9's really been a pain in the neck for him. Ball change here. Oh, good move. That's a good double by Cromwell.
He says it's his first time bowling this term, or last year was his first.
He was here last year, and his brother Marv Cromwell lives south of here down near Belen, and he's one of our tournament sponsors this year. Pearson Ranch Elk and Bison Jerky LLC. We sell it here in the snack bar on the bar. Well, Chad Lucci coming up on lane 9. Did quite well in the pre-tournament sweepers. He's on a double. That's not going to make it. Yeah, I'll look at the base of the shoe trick when you send it out the window. I know it well. I've done it often.
Hello to Diego.
Here's a note to
That's great.
Diego Lucero. Diego quit falling out of boats. He was going to bowl the sweeper the other night and may have bowled this tournament, but he went over the side of a fishing boat the other day.
Oh, wow.
Bruised himself pretty good too, Diego. You better
Hope all is well.
yeah, it looked pretty nasty on Facebook the other day. Joe's doing all right. We'll give you an update shortly when we get the third game.
After 2 games, La Rosa was in 7th place at -32. That's 7th on this squad only. Again, 7th on this squad only.
Well, here's Cromwell. Can go off the sheet, and that would be a terrific effort. 185. Let's see what he does with this ball. Pulled it quite as smooth as the last delivery. Incidentally, if you're out of town, this is a record pace heat day here in Albuquerque. 97 was the old record. It's scheduled to be 99. And a little on the humid side as well, which is unusual for Albuquerque. You don't get much humidity.
What's that young man's name? I've seen
Scott
him.
Wiley.
That's Scott
Lives,
Wiley. Okay.
Lives down the road at Corrales. And I mean down the road. It's down the bottom of a fairly severe hill. When you drive out of here and you go down Meadowlark Lane, it's like being on a roller coaster for about a quarter of a mile or so.
Trevor, good question. We'll go over the format. Steve, what's the format for the event and how you came up with it?
Well, we used to take the top 32 and then they'd bowl another 4 games on the Sunday morning, and we'd take the top 12 and they'd bowl all match play. And then some years later, when bracket play became popular, I reluctantly agreed to change it to that. And you know, 29 games in 2 days was a little much for some folks. So we changed it to bracket play. I think, let's see, probably when Eric Hatchett won it in 2017 or so. And then we have winners and losers brackets. The championship round is always the unbeaten bowler, and then the next 3 highest place Highest place losers bracket, folks.
We got Gabe Alvarado checking in. What's up, Gabe?
Lucci's going to shoot a game in the 170s, and a left-hander here with some authority. 205 on lane 9 and 10.
Let's check out full situation, what's going on next door while we wait for 6. We get on the Pro-Am tonight.
Well, Francois Lavoie's bowling. Jacob Buttriff's on the way up here. Brian Skidmore, Chad Lucci. We've got Robin Priolu, who was the bowler of the year here in the Albuquerque area for women last year. 220 league average on the house shot. Pretty good field, and looks like it'll be about 9 or 10 bowlers to every pair of lanes tonight.
So you get a full house, as you always do.
Yeah, key shot coming up here for David Haynes. He's nudging the ball return on the left. Let's see where this one goes. That's a really good shot. Wow. Covered a lot of boards. With a pretty good 10-pin there, looking for a double.
Nice story there too, Gabe, about Chad. Rolling with Chad. Lucci. Boy, Steve, I mean, if you got confidence in anybody, you have confidence in Steve Plumpkin to figure out what to do. And in this case, this is the beauty of an 8-game block, because there's still 5 games left for Steve to get to where he needs to get to. The old gutter spare on the right side, or sorry, bottom right of your screen from Scott Wiley. We've seen a little bit of everything so far in this squad, folks. But realistically, if you remove J.D. Nance's totals and his striking ability from this morning squad, it's really been a very much a New Mexico Open like day so far. Yeah, the highest player not named to J.D. Nance was -64, I believe. That was Jason Silva.
Yeah. And -64 based on squad 1 and what looks like happening here in squad 2 should be in the money for sure. If we get 160 people, we'll be paying 40 places. Pay 1 and 4 here.
In plain view. Well, you know, the way that one happened, he rolled the 2-pin to get that spare, did Scott. I know some gutter spares might be worth it though. Depends on the moment. That's funny. I appreciate that. Come on, Scott. Or Steve, excuse me, Steve Schultz. What Steve did what was the one thing, or maybe it was a couple things, that made you want to start this tournament? David Haynes. He's gonna be camping out there now for the rest of the tournament, or the rest of this block, theoretically. And he's someone that might, at the end of a block, hey, maybe we'll move right. I might be running out of space. He's probably one of the only players who are that far left to begin with. Art Ozunian in the building. Art's on the schedule I saw for bowling. I forgot which squad it is.
Yes, Art's a good supporter. He was our first entry this year from Nevada. You know, people like urethane and whatnot. Not a big fan. That's a pretty solid 197 for David Haynes. Clean too. That's a rare bird here today. Dennis going to shoot maybe 200 odd. Let's see if he makes the spare. And a successful head coach along with Jimmy Tillery of the Cleveland High School bowling team here in Rio Rancho. Dennis is also the president of our Monday night Innovative Auto Solutions Draft League, and we've got room for about 20 more sign-ups in that. It'll start on September the 9th. If you're a bowler with a 180, 190, 200 average somewhere in Albuquerque, and you want a league that'll pay out about $27,000 in prize money, there's your opportunity.
That's the one for you?
Dennis's league, yeah.
Okay.
And Plainview Bowling Center, you did send 6 bowlers here this year, Mark Waters, and we're sorry you're unable to show for the event. We miss you, and thank you greatly for your support. Well, we've got a little contest going, and we're looking for folks to sign up for that. There's entry forms at the front counter here at Tenpins and More. Go through the list of entries, see who you think has the game to get through both qualifying and bracket play to get to Sunday afternoon's top 4 championship round. It's a free contest. Entries close on Saturday at 10 o'clock. This is a typo here. And winner, whoever picks those 4 people, gets $200. If there's any people that pick the same 4 correctly, they'll just split the prize money. Clint Watkins looking pretty good there. He's out of the Midland, Odessa area. Very good supporter, Clint. He's been here a number of years. And just shot a 211 on lanes 5 and 6.
This feels like a really pivotal game for a lot of players right now. Whereas we get to toward the middle of the block, trying to figure out or understand at this point where they need to be on the lanes. Now there's a few options. All right, you can still try to play the gutter. I'll be interested to see where Steve Novak is still playing. It looks like he's going to be playing near the gutter. Look at him here.
Well,
that was really good.
Shot.
That was excellent.
And good speed. Nance-like speed on that ball. David Tolson asking if we've ever eaten at Indigo Crow in Corrales. Yes, the answer is yes. The food's very good. And go with our friends Jim and Diane Wemple there occasionally. And Jim is the sponsor of the Principal Financial Group, $1,000 added money for this shift. Well, David Haynes may start a trend here. People that are in trouble are going to be looking over there and going, I wonder if I can do that. Vanessa Romero coming over our way as well. They're finally building a new bowling center in Las Cruces. I read in a local paper down there a couple of months ago. They've been without a bowling center for quite a while. Be a family entertainment type place, but they are looking to get league bowlers in there as well. Shadlucci just moved deep inside and carried the 10.
It's probably a good idea to a degree. We were talking about his game plan earlier. He was watching, of course, and had been here. But unless you were left-handed, of course, it just doesn't really. Doesn't mean you didn't see a ton of other strikes. And again, everyone had a moment or two, but no one really had anything consistent. And if we feel like you did, you went to another pair, then that's when you shot 150, and then you started going backwards, back where you came from in that sense. That's about how I would try to play him too, Lane. This is game number 4. Just joining us for the first time, checking in on what's happening here at the New Mexico Open. Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Steve Mackey. In the booth. 20th anniversary of the tournament.
20 years. Gone by like a flash.
I know it did. "20 years in the same venue, the same center," which also doesn't, sometimes that doesn't happen for varying reasons, but sometimes the tournament, moves, etc. and so forth. Because it helps when you own the place.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, this bowling centre is in its 42nd year now. I worked at a place in Sydney. Started bowling there when I was 12. And St. Leonard's Bowl, we had 2,300 league bowlers, 32 lane house. And it closed after 25 years. The suburb of St. Leonard's is just a few miles north of the Sydney Harbour Bridge. And it became hugely developed for business reasons, office buildings everywhere. And the bowling centre, it was a 5-story building. It had a parking lot and shops underneath, and then it had 16 lanes, a mezzanine level. You could sit in there and watch the bowling downstairs, and then another 16 upstairs. That's now a 22-story office building. Since 1985, the place closed on New Year's Eve 1985. Me and 4 other guys and a long-time assistant manager, Peggy Shepherd, were there on the closing night, and that was it. It was a sad way to go, but that was a really iconic bowling centre in Australia. Everyone bowled there. We started the Sydney Cup there. We had ran the first Australian Open. That was my first foray into tournament organisation. And we had TV shows from there every year for years. So some centres don't last 42 years. Not many these days. And I can tell you something, if you don't have league play Monday to Thursday, you probably won't last 42 years. What's your opinion of that? Do you agree or not agree?
And regarding having league play?
Yeah.
I think the traditional center needs league play. With the additions of the FECs, I think there are centers who, their main focus is recreation or entertainment, and they have less leagues. And so there seems to be you can find a center that has traditional, in the traditional sense, and have league play, and probably be 90% league play. But if you just wanted to go out and just only have fun and not worry about bowling league, there are centers for that as well. And some of them have tried to merge the two. There's one in particular in Waterloo, Iowa, actually, Cadillac XBC. recently kind of merged the two, where they added, I think they took out, I don't know, 8 lanes, and then they added game room and a laser tag, but they kept and still have their primary league base as well. So I do think you need league play to still be successful. But some people have figured out a way to just be, all right, we just want to focus on having fun, and there are some centers who have just focused on that now too.
Yeah.
If you grew up in bowling at any time, you feel like, you know, your parents probably bowled league play, or you know somebody that bowled league, and you went to watch league. So there's still something about league that transcends.
Well, let's have a look. The scores have just come up. Brandon Knowles, who will be with us eventually, 224, 184, 235, 643. He's looking pretty sharp. He's one of our pros tonight in the Pro-Am. Brian Skidmore, 585. Vanessa Romero, 568 in third. Greg Wabima, 559. Stephen Novak, 556. Jim Tillery in sixth with 554. Marvin Cromwell, the older brother, 552, and the younger brother Brett had that 161 in front of us, and he is on 546. David Haynes close by, 538, and he's just caught a double there on lane 7 and 8.
Dropping the scores for you after 3 games. Again, if there is someone whose name you did not hear, let us know. Happy to tell you what's going on. But very similar, but yet not similar at the same time. There's just one player who's plus. We talked about a lot this morning in reference to JD Nance, of course. And then everyone else at the moment, of course, is on the outside looking in. Skidmore is in a good spot. So is Vanessa Romero. In fact, I would even say Greg Wabima and certainly Steve Novak in a good spot. Jim Tillery was right around the number last year when it was all said and done.
No doubt you'll hear his dulcet tones eventually.
Again, Skidmore is currently second. He had a couple of hellos, by the way. One from Matt Helmick, who was editing some videos and watching a little bowling, watching Dennis, of course. And then also Rick just said hello to you as well, Steve.
Hi, Rick. I hope you're getting better. I miss you here. Rick was a staunch Albuquerque bowler for many years and then moved over to West Texas.
Those who are looking, of course, for a full standing sheet, Jeff Hemer did tell me that they were posted on I believe the Tenpins More Facebook page. Yeah, the full squad list is on the Tenpins More at Rio Rancho Facebook page, just FYI.
That washout, the 1, 2, 4, 6, 10, and combinations of that are fairly common on this shot. Let's have a look at Haynes at lane 7. And he's hit the pocket every shot. A couple of weak 7s on, weak 10s on lane 7. But he's in pretty good nick for a small 200.
Haynes had to get himself reset.
And that's the way to make spares. Throw it dead straight. No concerns about squirrely lane conditions when you throw it like that at the 10 pin.
Watkins starting to find a little consistency out there on the lanes. Started with 168, 155 in 210. Now starting to maybe make a little bit of a climb.
Well, less is way more on difficult lane conditions. Less ball in your hand, less hand in the ball. Both of those combinations help. And
just saw Brian Skidmore leave a 4.9 over on 11 12. That's bottom right of your screen, and on a really good shot.
ooh, talking about good shots, that was a screaming 10 pin right there.
Steve's going double, spare, strike, 9 spare, 9 spare, split, ring 10.
Oh, that didn't look like
Wow.
a 4-6, did it? Wow.
No. No.
A tough break. One ball lane struck. Lane crater. One ball. One guy asked me last night, he said, how many balls can we have in the paddock? And I said, oh, we'd like you to keep it to 8 if possible. And he went and took 2 triple bags out of there. Must have had 14 balls in the paddock. Oh, goodness. And I'll tell you who that was. It was the current squad leader, Brandon Knowles. 224, 184, which wasn't a bad game, incidentally. 235.
Be curious if he's still throwing urethane and playing out, which is the way he started, which is what I anticipated a lot of righties to be able to do. Steve's still doing it. We talked about, unfortunately, Steve Klimkin struggles, but it's like Steve's starting to slightly right the ship. He's got something a little bit more consistent down there on 11 and 12.
Yeah, looks like it.
Now Chad, full trouble here.
Well, here's Vanessa Romero on lane 9. She's got a double going into this shot. No. Vanessa's bowled here for a long time. She was a good supporter of Junior Bowler Tour events when she was a youth. Oh, good shot for Brett Cromwell there.
Last year we were talking about youth bowlers and how they've kind of translated into, or that's translated, I should say, into performance or participation here at the New Mexico Open. How many players do you think have bowled the youth New Mexico Open that have bowled the adult version of it?
Well, Cortez Schenk was a big-time winner in the Youth New Mexico Open. We've got our 10th youth event coming up next month, September the 21st and 22nd. And this year we've got 7 Australians bowling in it, coming down from here from Brisbane. And we'll be bowling a challenge match against them here at 10 pins against 7 of our players. on the 14th and 15th, the weekend prior. Then they're doing some sightseeing around this area, going up on Sandia Mountain, up on the tram, and visiting Old Town. Old Town actually was had its first building put up in 1706. That's about 318 years ago. So it's quite a tourist haunt down there. And then they'll be bowling the Youth New Mexico. Schenk won about 5 of the youth tournaments. He might have won 5 out of the first 7. And of course, he's won this once. And run second once. And third. Not here this year.
The update over on for Brandon Knowles, he was still in the same area, looked like same piece of equipment, same part of the lane, and still having success. Coming up on the end of game 4. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Please hit that thumbs up if you wouldn't mind. We've got, of course, live action all weekend long. 3 squads tomorrow. So whether you're getting up early, checking things out, you got some things to do in the morning, you want to watch in the afternoon or in the evening, there's almost not a point in the day tomorrow that we won't be on the air. It'll be a brief about hour break, maybe a little less in certain cases in between squads. Things will get going at 7 a.m. Mountain Time or 9 a.m. Eastern. Right? 7 a.m. tomorrow?
Yeah, 7 a.m.
Hear a little bit of Steve Novak from the distance talking about his shot. His wife Tracy is just to our right. Steve actually is going to be on 7 and 8 and then on 5 and 6. So if Steve ends up putting your thing down and getting away from the gutter, and I know, all right, it's really not there anymore. He's still out there, and so is Knowles. That's a tough one.
Yeah, 188 for him.
That was really good off his hand.
Going to leave another 12 pins. Klumpkin has a turkey.
I tell you, if Steve Klumpkin, which I still think is going to make the top 32 despite his situation, but if he does end up making it, and you know his road to get there will have been unbelievable. If you missed it or just joined us, folks, Steve shot 241. In fact, he had the front 6, I think. Ends up opening to shoot 241 and open in the 10th frame. I think it was a 2-8-10 or something along those lines. 210, I think it was. Then he moved to this was on 5 and 6. Switched pairs, got to 7 and 8. Unfortunately, shot 118. Then moved to 9 and 10, shot 136. And now has found himself on 11 and 12. Strike, spare, strike, open,
Miss,
3
yeah.
back.
Yeah. Just a single pin.
Looks like the high end is about on the same pace. I am seeing a few a few strikes down on what looks to be 17 and 18. There is Jeff Hemer, by the way. If you can't read that, he's saying unless your name rhymes with KP Thance, welcome to the Peterson. As only Jeff can do. He's managed to be able to add a little bit of humor to tournament directing.
Yeah. And JD, of course, Trump's running mate. Oh, wait a minute, that's Vance.
Yeah, that's a different one.
Yeah, wrong one.
Yeah, I mean, he's right to a degree. As I said, it feels much different here in this squad as opposed to as it did earlier. Even though there was only one player who was, completely just knocking them out, there were still a couple other players who had some chances to make some noise. And this second squad feels just completely different. Wow. Here's lane 8 for you.
Isaac.
Don't miss right on lane 8. You mentioned that it has made for some very good step ladders. Has this always been well, not always, but the original step ladder pair, if you will, 7 and 8?
Yeah, pretty much. Remember Andrew Kane beat Brett Wolf on 9 and 10. That was an ugly championship match, 184 to 160. Kane the winner. Kane ran the step ladder that year. Qualified 5th. We used to have 5, and he beat everyone. That's happened a few times when we had a 5-person step ladder.
Jason, great question. The answer to that is no. It is a Mike Miller special. And he, not that he had anybody fooled, because he didn't, but because J.D. Nance was bowling so well, right? We still could see that the pattern was difficult. But now it's really come to fruition. That second time around on the same day. We expect him to play a little bit tougher tomorrow too, each time out as well.
Yeah. Someone just said, jokingly, of course, Mike walled him up again. Yeah, with a brick wall. Well,
I love Rep. Thanks, Rep. Rep always says everything's wall, but he loves this. He loves the grind. He also loves the new pins.
oh, close. Well, Haynes could have gone off the sheet for 230s on a 213 pace. He's got to spare the sleeper. He's got a little bit eager with that delivery. Lucci got out of a possible disaster there with a 167. Turkey helped. Better hurry. Yep, made it. 213, so Haynes is going to move up. At 143, 198 clean, 197 clean. That's a hard way to go through 8 games. Cleans 190s all the time.
Yeah, we talked about spares this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be a clean 210. Experience on Team USA shining through here. 211. Only 51 under for 4. Brian Skidmore and Trouble again on lane 11. Lane 11 a little on the hooking side compared to 12. Look at Steve Novak now up close. He's on 743 for 4 games, 57 under. Payne's past him now. He's at 749.
He's going to join us in just a little bit. Taking the end of the Ryan Skidmore game.
Vanessa Romero coming to this pair as well, 7 and 8.
Greg. Did I pronounce Greg's last name properly?
Wabima.
Wabima. It's been pretty solid.
Yeah. Bowled her a couple of years ago. This is his first time back since before COVID. Pretty good at the line.
Yeah, he still reminded me of someone. I mentioned I was talking about players that used to bowl on tour, PBA tour, that were left-handed and wore a glove. They mentioned Dennis Horan, but it wasn't him that caught my attention. Someone also said Lichtenstein. It wasn't him either. Closer, but I still don't know who it is. It reminds me of, but I'm gonna figure it out. But it's still the gloves.
Ski Feremski. He always wore a glove. That's before your time, mate.
I've never seen anyone wear 2 gloves. Well, not 2, I should say two white gloves like he's wearing. Now, young Brady McDonough, one of the young 2-handed stars here on the Storm Evolution team. He's got a couple of gloves on as well, but I haven't seen too many people wear the dual white. A good shot.
Back on track.
Yeah, he is.
Here's Vanessa Romero. 7. Turns a little bit more than 8. Might adjust her stance or something. Maybe angle her feet a little bit towards the right on that lane. You know, foot adjustments or hand positions aren't as apparently important these days as getting another ball out of the bag. Bit of a lost art.
And look at Steve's second shot here in the 10th. Hey, he's figured out.
7 and a double. 227.
Good for Steve. So it's going to be 241, 118, 136 now, a game in the 220s.
Yeah.
He's had to figure out which reactive he wanted to throw, where he wanted to throw it. A lot of the fine tuning through 4 games for Steve. Klumpkin, that is. There's a few Steves on this squad. And one of them will be in front of us here in just one more moment.
.226. Tompkins, so he's 721 for 4. A lot better than 495 for 3.
And just like that, we're now into the back half of this block. Nice way to kind of reset and recap. Plainview, to your point though, clean is awesome, he said, especially on the difficult stuff. For a while there, I wasn't sure if this was going to be more difficult than last year, but this squad has said, yeah, this is just as hard. when I watched the sweeper last night, and I saw the friction on the gutter, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder if Michael will be like, that might be a little too much friction off the gutter for the players. And I mean, there's still a little bit though. You can still get it to make moves off the gutter. Like Skidmore's still out there. It's like he's throwing reactive though.
Yeah, and that's as fast as he throws it.
David Haynes is moving over to 9 and 10. Waiting for our group to make their move over to 7 and 8. Somebody's got to make the old walk down.
Pete Sharon will be joining us in the booth here shortly. Very accomplished military bowler. Not to mention here, one of our stalwart league bowlers as well. Won tournaments in numerous places around the world where he's been deployed. We drove down to Artesia Bowling Centre for a tournament a couple of years ago, just the two of us, and it was quite a good session of talking about old times and so on and so forth in various places. Steve's an interesting guy.
We'll get let's see if I can find my other headset.
Keith Hubert, one of our stepladder finalists here many years ago. Keith lives up near Leavenworth, hopefully far enough away from trouble there. Federal prison. Hayes, as I recall, I think, Keith. Not going to come back on lane 8 out there, Stephen. Good spare for Novak. Get himself out of trouble there. Haynes looking pretty good still. A great shot on lane 9. These lanes here have characteristics. Probably have the same thing in your own hometown bowling centre. And if we could pick lanes up and move them around, we could come up with some really, really high-scoring pairs and some real tough ones. Here, I've talked about it before. We could put lane 17 with lane 10. You'd have a heck of a pair of lanes there. Well, let's see what if Skidmore can get out of trouble here. He's bowled in all but 2 of the New Mexico Opens. Carried a run away Brooklyn. And changing balls and changing lines significantly. Looking at his wife Tracy, an accomplished bowler herself, for some advice and some moral support. Tillery double. Don't know what he did in game 4, but he was in pretty good shape there. After 3 with 554. I don't think he had a bad game on 11 and 12. He's up on 9 and 10 now. And he's got an early double. As has David Haynes. Haynes able to carry a lot of 4 pins off high hits because of the unusual angle the ball's coming at the pins. And Joe LaRosa in front of us as well. Pretty good group of bowlers. Clint Watkins not giving up yet. 68 in the 3rd, a strike in the 4th.
Yeah, we talked about him earlier. He can make some things happen.
Yeah, he's a good guy, and talking about Plainview Bowling Center, 12-laner there in West Texas. Clint came up for a couple of their sweepers there, away from Midland, Odessa. And if you've ever driven in West Texas, it's kind of a boring drive driving anywhere there. It's so flat.
Right.
I used to supervise bowling centers for AMF in Abilene and Lubbock, and oh, they were touchy drives. Let's have a look at Haynes. Broke up a split. Take that. Good conversion for Romero.
Looks like we might have what we need.
And tournament director has given us the numbers here, and there's a 71 pin gap between first and second. Brandon Knowles had 177 for 820. David Haynes 211 now in second place with 749. Stephen Novak 743. Brian Skidmore 739. Jim Tillery 5th with 736. Greg Wabima 733. Vanessa Romero 725. Clompkin 721 after that 226. Brett Cornwell 720. Antonio Lopez from Corrales here in New Mexico 712, the top 10. So Haynes probably in the bottom 2 or 3 places after game 1 is now second in this squad.
Steve has made the big move. Well, not the big move, I should say, but he has moved to reactive.
And it's not reacting. Yet. Well, this is quite a lesson in humility today here for the first two squads. How to overcome adversity, how to be grateful when you get a double, particularly if one of them is a runaway Brooklyn.
Oh, we're taking all runaway Brooklyns. Never in doubt.
Karen Barkell, one of the best senior women bowlers in the western part of the United States. Grew up bowling in, of all places, New Hampshire, which used to run a long time PBA tournament, I think, New Hampshire. Well, that reactive is just not quite making the turn for him there. And 3 light hits in a row. A bucket, a 2-pin, and now a sleeper on lane 7. Tillery looking for a 4-bagger. There's a 5-pinner on the Brooklyn. Haynes had a screaming 10-pin over there. Very good spare shooter. I didn't see his first game 143, but I imagine it had a number of splits in it because he doesn't miss too many spares. Never has.
Hasn't missed very many. What, at least one game? No, two full games that we saw. He was clean. The 197, no, the 211 was clean, and the 197 was clean. Oh, good spare. Steve was not convinced about that.
No.
At all. Not one bit. If you joined us late, Mike Miller has done the job again. He's out there putting people to work, making them tough it out, folks. Aaron maybe starting to build a little bit of momentum.
Clint Watkins on 2 doubles and a spare in the middle of it. Spoke too soon there.
Chad is in front of the ball return.
Double for Chad.
Okay. Brett Wolf mentioned the phrase defensive bowling. It's not a lot of offense.
Who said that?
Brett Wolf.
Oh. And boy, it's hard to be a defensive bowler. It's a mental thing as much as a physical attribute. And there's not too many people I know that have the patience to be defensive. You know, with so many bowling balls these days, and I mean, our paddock, we've got 160 bowlers. It's like it's a 400 bowler field here. Brandon probably the only one that's actually got 8 balls in the paddock. That's out in the weeds. Haynes, a rare miss to the right. Change balls again. That was a good move. Go off the sheet for 207, and he's dumping that blue reactive like a bad habit.
Well, it's probably the best decision, excuse me, at the moment. But you know, again, we watched Steve on this pair just have trouble. Or sorry, Steve Plumpkin, because we're talking about Steve Novak. So multiple Steves in the conversation. Vanessa did start off very well. A couple of 190 games.
Well, she's got room for 2-0. See what this ball does on this line. 7 always hooks more than 8. Beautiful ball. Good double. Aggressive. Now that's offensive.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree.
Really offensive.
That
offends me.
Yeah, he took it to him. And you got to make an aggressive shot, though, when you do make a ball change.
Yeah.
Right, even if they're hard, because you still got to figure out if that's the ball.
Yeah, you can't fiddle and diddle around there. You've made the gutsy decision to change balls, and then you can't mamby-pamby it. Got to get after it. Let's see what Vanessa can do here, get herself out of trouble. She's had 2 9 misses in this game and an 8 miss. And missing spares. It's costly. Got a turkey all the same. Could shoot 2-0. Karen Barkow coming this way a few years ago on 7 and 8. She had a 288. It might have been the first or second year you did the coverage here. The whole place stopped when she had the first 10 and ended up with 288. High game of the tournament so far, 289. That was the tournament leader by a mile, J.D. Nance. 2-time runner-up here the last 2 years. Lives in Rio Rancho. Bowls league here year-round. He's in the scratch doubles at the moment. He's joining the Thursday doubles when it starts again in the fall with his friend Bo Massey. Let's see if this is turkey. What a good turkey that was. Good move. Lots of encouragement from his wife. They have an anniversary every year, and he takes her up on the mountain. They're going there tomorrow night on the mountain up to the 10-3 restaurant. They call it 10-3 because it's 10,368 feet above sea level. They go up in the tram. It's one of the world's longest tram rides. It's about 1.5 miles up there in a tram. It's 14 miles if you drive to the place.
Now, is this tram enclosed?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
And
it's not like a ski lift, right?
No, it's almost straight up. The foothills of the mountain are at 7,000 feet, so it's almost 3,000.
Wow.
You know, and it's at that sort of an angle. Let's see if he gets a 4-bagger here. Ooh, jumped up on him. 194. Good game all the same. Could have been a lot less than that. Tillery in pretty good shape here over there, as is David Haynes, both of them. In fact, that's a fairly good foursome over there. They all look like shooting somewhere between 190 and 220 odd. Let's have a look at Tillery. Oh, nice one. And Novak not throwing any pins away there. 194. One open, second frame. Made all of his spares other than that. That was a good effort.
That's a quality.
Oh, my.
Wow.
Well, after 2 clean games in a row, you can get one of those every so often. It gives you a little bit of breathing space.
Gilbert out there trying to get something going. Meanwhile, Watkins over there.
Yeah.
With a strike in the ninth.
Yeah, 161 on a strike in the ninth. You can go up the sheet for 221. Skidmore and sheet for 227. And here's another one for Romero. She's going to get one more for a small 200 after being 82 in the sixth and missing 3 easy spares. Of course, on a sport shot, nothing's easy.
I still got to see one squad tomorrow before I can have a real firm grip on this cut.
Yeah, what's your early prediction?
Well,
1,500 odd for the top 32.
Well, so I was thinking early on, I'm like, maybe it could be plus 10, but that's why it's so difficult to think about it after one squad. After watching this squad, it'd be minus 10 at minimum.
Email. I have a piece of dirt in northwest Tasmania I could sell you. If you think it's going to be plus 10 or minus 10,
hey,
you're crazier than a junkyard dog.
I'm an optimist. But this was this morning when I was watching JD Nance. Now, again.
Yes, right. Watching Nance.
Now,
watch the other 29.
Of course, now JD Nance had no influence on the rest of the squad. But there were still some players on that squad who had an idea on what to do and had some good games kind of sprinkled in there. And you go, oh, okay, the gutter keeps on playing well. You know, that you'll get more score perhaps in some other squads, especially squad 4. It looks to be the deepest on paper. Looks to be the deepest squad on paper. So, but now tonight or this afternoon squad, I don't know. Michael, I look forward to seeing you. I hope you remain excited too. Jason, have a good meeting. We'll be right here tomorrow. League is starting, that's right. Let's see, Barkle. Quick look at Mr. Tillery over there. Oh, Jim makes this, made the spare. Yeah, that group over there, not bad. Let's go back to Lucci real quick here.
Oh,
that's tough.
Wow.
That's a tough one.
That's a shirt biter for sure. About a couple of inches before it hit the head pin. That looked like it'd be 10 in the pit. Good spare for La Rosa. It's going to give yourself a spare there, Joe. miscounted that one. Wow. 168, it could have been 202. Shocking.
He threw some really quality shots too over there.
Yeah.
To be all honesty, when he made that big jump left.
Yeah. Watkins spares the 10th. Small 200 coming up for him. That keeps him close to folks. Knowles, a freezing 9 pins. Oh, goodness.
He was on the run too. He was trying to put up a big number.
Still on a 230 pace, the tournament leader, getting back to 50 odd over. Quant gonna double down there on 13 and 14, and an earlier double, so he's back in the 2 teens again. Let's have a look at Watkins, 6 count, 197. Won't do him any harm. It's 105 over, 105 under, I should say, for 5 games. So needs a good finish to 630 odd, 640 odd. Wouldn't go astray for his next 3 games. Have a look at Tillery here. He can go off the sheet for 237. It's on a 227 pace. Gave it a bit of air. Oh no. 210. Gave it air and thumbed it down. Haynes. Whenever Haynes throws it like that and walks to the right, it's going to be a strike for a million years. Great shot by him. 240 odd. And that'll get him 10 or 12 under. At this stage, a certain finalist. Good fighter. You know, he's got such a quiet demeanor. He doesn't talk to anyone when he's bowling and so on and so forth. But he's very offensive. Even in the 140, I'm sure he. Let's see, 213 for Tillery. Not bad. He's only 51 under now. Would have liked to finish better there, but 213's a good game on this. Let's have a look at Haynes. Better hurry. Oh, nice.
Wow.
Wow.
Not many people who had that this morning. There's still not many people who have that right now.
Well, he's going to be 7 under if he strikes again. That's a high right-hander other than the squad leader, Brandon Knowles. And Knowles is on a 230 odd pace down on 11 and 12. Coming this way. We'll see him for the last 3 games. 9 and 10, 7 and 8, and 5 and 6. Haynes. That's another one. Trying a different ball too. Oh, that was a very good 6-packer. And that's 30 clean the last 3 games.
Absolutely.
30 clean.
That 240 felt like 300. Like, if we go back to this morning and how JD was bowling, and again, I know that JD, I said it from the start, he's going to be on an island by himself. Speaking of JD, and he was. But looking at this 240, based on what we saw earlier, that feels like 300.
Yeah.
Right now. Nice job by David Haynes.
Okay.
Steve Mackey giving Jim Tillery some pointers. These two got a very good relationship.
Might as well give him some pointers. I don't want to wear his pants. Have you seen these pants again? His plus 4s.
You know, he's always rocking his Who's the golfer? Payne Stewart?
Yeah, Payne Stewart. And I think Jimmy's dyeing his hair because he's still got red hair. You know, he sells gems and antiques and stuff now.
I bought one
to all
from
those. Oh, you did?
Yeah.
For you or your wife? Or?
No, well, really I guess for us. But for me, I got he had some albums that he's been framing. So I bought a Michael Jackson Thriller album.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's a couple more. I came across it late, but he had like a Jimi Hendrix album and some other stuff. But he had already sold them all. And I'm like, oh, well, now I know who to go to.
Yeah. He give you a good price, or did he see you coming? You know what W.C. Fields used to say? There's a sucker born every minute.
No, I think Jim took care of me.
Well, we're going to
that's funny.
Invite Pete Sheridan into the chair in a moment. He'll be taking over from me. We've got some Pro-Am people coming in tonight. We've got 105 league bowlers signed up for the Pro-Am tonight. And, you know, I had to go to the bank a little while back and came back in and got one of the last spots in the regular parking lot. We've got a dirt lot next to our building that we own. That's going to be full of people. And the last couple of years, the Pro-Am night, we've had people parking about a quarter of a mile down the street.
Oh, wow.
The street up near the bank on the corner. In closed business parking lots all over the place. I'm glad they don't tow anyone around here. Well, let's have a look at Tillery. 213 the last game. That was actually a pretty good force from there. They shot 839 over 4 games on 9 and 10 a moment back. Good start for Tillery. I'm gonna walk back like a boss there.
He handled himself very well there.
Yeah. All the wood there for Karen, 9.
Yeah, you saw that one make its move.
Yeah,
Just let you know that you can still play out there, but you really got to be not perfect, but your execution does have to be at a premium.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at La Rosa. This is shots pretty much in his wheelhouse. He likes this in house conditions here, but he's got that urethane in his hand, and it's just not quite strong enough ball. Knowles coming up on 9 and 10. He'll be bowler B, the second bowler on lane 9. He gets there, and Novak deep inside on lane 6. He was about 5 or 6 boards left of where he was on 7 and 8. Bad luck for Joe La Rosa. Retired New York City policeman, lost a few friends in the 9/11 attack 23 years ago. Nice shot for Skidmore, a double. Brian's only missed 2 tournaments here in 20 years.
Does anyone have perfect attendance?
No, that's probably the best. Well, just a tad slow for Karen there. Just a little slow and little turn on you. Let's see what Tillery does now. He's got legs like he's been riding horses for a few years. Lives out at Moriarty, which is quite a ranch area, other side of the East Mountains here in Albuquerque. Got a chance. Oh, goodness. 3 pound 9 ounce pins. They were 3.5s like most of the pins around the country these days. They probably would have carried. Good shot for Romero as well. We've got some good players here. Antonio Lopez. Let's have a look at him on lane 5. deep for him. I think he'd be better off further out. And his wife just had their first child, so that's curtailed his bowling activities a little bit, and I would imagine affected his sleep habit a bit too. Oh, goodness. A breath of air knocked that 7-pin over.
Hey, D-Ron, you're in for a treat. These two go at it really good. Last time I checked, that was a meal.
Skidmore on a double. What he can do with this.
Emil, I still love you, brother. I do. You called me Bozo, so it's okay.
Good timing for Skidmore. Back on track. For the 5th game, he was 4th in the squad. And the very colourful Justin O'Donnell cashed in the sweeper last night. O'Donnell.
He was he started on the high end earlier.
Yeah, I told him not to wear those pants down on Central Avenue on Saturday night. He might be in a bit of trouble. Not sure how many steps Tillery takes. You might watch him on this lane here. He does a little bit of a soft shoe shuffle and then takes off. So it could be 5, 6, or 7 steps. I'm not quite sure, depending if you count a shuffle a step.
The soft shoes shuffle.
All right, let's have a look at Lopez now on 6. Oh, kind of deep with that ball, but hard to carry with a ball like that at that angle. Knowles. Oh, though to be young again, that speed, fantastic.
Yeah, he's moving in too. He's made a move left. I'll take a look at what ball he's throwing.
Yeah, starting to move, yep.
Doesn't look like it's your thing anymore, for sure.
Trouble.
Well, I can sympathize. I'm sure anyone can. New parents, you're a new parent. Anything you were used to doing is altered immediately.
Thrown with authority. Heck of a four-bagger, actually. Particularly after coming off a bucket and a half a couple of games ago. It's not going to make the turn on 6. 6 is that would have struck on lane 5, but not on 6. 6 and 8 would be a good pair. Both a little on the tighter side. 5 and 7 would be a good pair. If only it was that easy to flip lanes around. Double for La Rosa.
It's actually at the Thunderbolt Arena for the final week of the PWBA season. And the arena, a lot of history in that place. Used to have 4 lanes. The original 4 lanes, I guess, were downstairs. So I got a tour of that for the first time, and you can see the ball return on the lanes. Of course, the current lanes upstairs. You can watch the ball track go right past you. When you said moving lanes and it was that easy, it brought me right back to just seeing what that downstairs looked like at Thunderbolt.
Double for Barker. Looks like all our mean-spirited talk about 7 and 8 scoring levels is going to be whipped here. 4-bagger, clean, 58 in the third, 28 in a double, 24 in a double. Keep it up, folks.
Hello, Chris. Big weekend for bowling.
Well, with that, I'm going to bid you adieu and start signing people up for the Pro-Am, and Pete Sheridan's going to join you.
Okay. All right. As mentioned, we welcome in Pete. Can you hear me, Pete?
I sure can.
I can't hear you though. Oh, that's because he gave you his. He wasn't supposed to do that. How about now? There we go.
How's that sound?
Yep. So you've been watching for at least a few games.
Yes.
So who you been watching here?
You know, I've been kind of watching Jim Tillery here. Looked like he was maybe struggling a little bit at the outset, but he seems to maybe have found a little something. And Ryan Skidmore, kind of the same thing. You know, I think when maybe the lanes have maybe opened up just a little bit, where you got maybe just a teeny bit of hold, whereas, you know, the beginning games, not so much, but you still got to make good shots. So that seems to be the key, is just, you know, having a bad memory, forgetting about the last shot and focusing on the next shot. Just, you know, each shot, you know, plays on its own. You know, you can't really think that just because it worked a game ago, you know, it's going to work the next game or the game after that. You just have to really take them one at a time. So Karen, I like. You know, Karen's looks like she's maybe found a little something, but you know, the cream looks like it's kind of rising to the top here. You know, David Haynes, I've watched him, you know, quite a bit over the years. You know, looks like he's finally maybe found a little something in the middle and got a little hold. Stephen Novak, Skidmore, Tiller, you know, so it looks like some of the better, more experienced bowlers are kind of working their way up there, and you know, that's kind of what you expect to see some of these guys, you know, making better shots. So, but by the way, my mom always said I had a good radio voice, so here's my debut, Mom.
I would agree, actually. she was definitely right about that.
Finally made it.
So Steve, Steve told us that you were you had a little bit of you and him bowling wise, taking a couple trips, reminiscing on old times. You mentioned the veteran portion of things as well for you. So can you describe kind of your bowling background so our viewers can now kind of get a little bit more insight on you?
You know, I retired military from the Air Force. I did quite a bit of bowling in the Air Force. But, you know, when they had the money to do that, early on in my career, I they had base teams at respective bases, and then you could advance to different levels. You know, like in the Turkish regionals when I was stationed there, Mediterranean Sports Conference finals. I eventually made it to the United States Air Force in Europe Championship, where I finished in the top 10 there. But the experience I got from base teams, especially overseas, was I bowled in a lot of houses that were very tough. Little 10, 12, 16 lane houses. Very difficult shot, and that was back when before we had these strong bowling balls. You know, you were using, urethane, maybe even plastic, and it really, I kind of cut my teeth on some of those base teams. Learned a lot from some of the guys. You know, I was a down and in player strictly, and then some of the guys on the team taught me how to move in, how to read a lane. I, hook the lane sometimes. And then over the years, different bases, different base teams. Did go to one Air Force championship where we bowled on just an extremely tough shot. And it was meant that way. Again, the cream would kind of rise to the top, and so I just had some really good experiences in the military, bowling in some tougher conditions. And I go to the military tournament every year out in Vegas. I don't know if you've heard of that.
Absolutely, and I just asked someone else, I think it was Eddie, this morning, who was with me, because he said he was going to bowl another one, and I was thinking the one had just already happened, which I think it did, but I learned that there's a couple. There's a member, non-member, and then there's a couple different iterations of it.
Yes, there's one in August. In fact, it's probably happening here. I think maybe right now or very soon. There's also one in October, and then there's of course the big one in January, which is really geared toward active duty, retired, and then senior retired, and that's the big. That's where you got 300 or 400 teams that show up.
I think that's the one that I'm always picturing, the one that I've heard about the most in my head.
Really good for kind of catching up with guys you haven't seen in a lot of years. Just extremely good competition. Again, you're bowling against the best of the best, and so it really makes you bring your A game. To that tournament, which, I've actually won doubles in that twice. We've won team event twice in that. So it's it's just a really good experience. And, I guess it's the biggest I don't know what they call it. It's one of the biggest tournaments in the country that's like not a professional, bowling tour type tournament. So it's just a really good to see guys and have a lot of good competition. And just like this, this is same thing here. Just great competition here. I've bowled in this probably 10 or 12 times. And I love this week here. This is kind of like my second most favorite week. Military tournament, shot's a bit easier, more like a house shot. But this is my second most exciting week of bowling, is just because it's the competition you get to see.
When's the last time you bowled this term?
Last year. I think I was the high senior. I think I finished 46 maybe, somewhere in there. So it's always good when you get a couple of bucks back. But it was just, it's just good. You kind of, I told myself I just want to have meaningful games going late, and give yourself something to shoot for. And I think that's all you can really ask for in this is just, you're in the hunt till the last couple of games,
Right.
So it's, I got that last year. I hope to get that this year.
When do you bowl? Tomorrow?
Squad 5.
Squad 5 tomorrow. Okay. Who else is bowling? No, Eddie's bowling Squad 3. He's bowling at 7 a.m. Is there a rhyme or reason to why you choose the squads that you choose?
You know, last year I bowled the squad A. I think it was A or B. You know, this year I think it was kind of like Eddie might have said this. Steve, I said, Steve, what do you got? He goes, well, I got squad 5.
That's
I said,
almost what he said.
I said, I'll take it. So, you know, I just maybe that's just kind of a sign of when I'm supposed to bowl. You know, Steve said 5. I said, okay, I'll go squad 5. And I would see a little paper airplane flying around here.
Wow, he's so clever.
Must be airmail.
Jeff, man, it's the best in the business. It was actually fitting. He doesn't know this. Do you know, Jeff?
We've talked a couple times.
Did he know that you were retired Air Force? Because it was very fitting that he sent these stats in a paper airplane. And if he did know you were in the Air Force, it would maybe be impressive. All right, so Brandon Knowles got a problem here that, you know, because paper airplanes, you got so many folds. Now we can't see what's happening on the paper itself. But Brandon Knowles still leading at plus 53, and he is still the only player plus. But David Haynes might change that here in a moment. He's at the -7. That's second on the squad. Jim Tillery is third at minus 51. Steve Novak fourth at minus 63, and Steve has his work cut out for him. And boy, now a 210. Brian Skidmore, big game possible still. Still shoot 230. Split in the fifth hurt. Of course, 3 consecutive 9 spares. Then Antonio Lopez at minus 82. Vanessa Romero, 914 for 5. Steve Klumpkin, minus 91. Kieran Barkle, minus 104. Clint Watkins, minus 105. Still can't believe what happened to Steve Klumpkin.
Yeah, I was watching that. I watched him in practice this morning, and he looked like he had just a lot of room out there to the right. Watching his first game, I couldn't believe what I saw those next 2 games, and I think that just shows you how, you know, like I said, I was telling Dana earlier, you kind of have to have a bad memory. You know, you should forget about the 240, and you just go to the next pair and, you know, hope you have a similar look, but always be open to the fact that you could have a totally different look the next pair over. You know, I've been bowling here at this house for, you know, almost like 20 years now, and even just in league bowling, you know, open house shots kind of can be the same way. You know, you just have to take each frame, and so yeah, but he did seem to come back there. I was looking down there, looked like he might have moved in, and like with a couple other guys, and might have a little better look in there. But yeah, again, the cream is kind of rising to the top as kind of what I think happens quite a bit in these. You kind of might not see someone for the last, you know, half of the block. They start making good shots, and you know, Joe LaRosa, you know, I watched him bowl. He you know, looked like he had a pretty good look, and just some inconsistencies. You know, that's the thing about bowling at this. Every shot just has to be, you just have to be able to repeat the same thing. And I heard that over and over.
Oh, without question. I mean, the execution has to be there. On a pattern that looks like it's getting tougher and tougher each time out. And so, which means tomorrow it should be even more difficult. I would say the afternoon squad, that squad 4, I think it'll be better overall just because of the talent level of that field as a whole. So you might see more players moving in a similar fashion more times than not, which would help, you know, if someone is lost on the squad, they'll have a few examples probably of how they can get to the pocket. But I anticipate that to be a little bit difficult. Just, again, keep throwing out that same pattern. It's just going to keep getting flatter.
You know, I think the later you go, especially if you're in squad 5, I think if you kind of see that, you know, if you're controlling the pocket and you have a, you have the pocket. Like my strategy would be if I got the pocket and I don't have to throw a ton, I'm just going to stay there. Accept the taps and get the spares, which is, the key, I think, in this tournament is, you just have to get your one pin, single pin spares, maybe your two pins that are close to each other. You just have to get them. I mean, it's, last year I think that's what helped me. I think I missed maybe a couple of single pin spares, and that was it. You got the pocket. Don't try to get fancy. Just keep it, and maybe make some teeny, small little tweaks here and there. But if you got a ball hitting the pocket, I'm staying with that ball. Brian, I know, made a ball change here. Went to reactive. He was in urethane, I think, for a while there. And sometimes that's just something you got to just. It's got to be intuitive. You just got to get a feel for the game, and this tournament can rattle you. If you're not struggling and you're just not thinking, what's my normal move, and you just don't think of it. And that's kind of the bittersweet thing of the tournament. It can really bring your game up, but then it can rattle you a little bit if you're just really not trusting your instincts and trusting your intuition.
That is key. Let's get more push.
Ooh. Yeah, 2 teens, so it's gonna move him up a little bit. And Dave Haynes, I don't know where he is. I think he's
on 11 and 12. But I'm trying to remember, I think he was always letter D. And if that's him, he's still clean.
Yeah, on a 190 pace.
If that's him.
And Steve Novak.
Just made the 1-2-10 on cue. That's big too.
Yeah, that'll keep him at least not from falling off too much. Jim Tillery is he's got. Does he have something going here? Well, he did.
He did. That 7th frame hurt. That was a big split he just made too. The 310. So he can still get to 191. This is a big fill shot for Steve Novak. Let's see if he'll stay with the same ball. He's kind of been in a few balls now.
Another guy I think could make a late run. Antonio Lopez. He's right here.
Yep.
I've watched him bowl quite a bit, and he's right hanging around. He goes a little straighter than the rest, kind of a lot of folks, and when he gets lined up and he gets comfortable, he could throw a couple of decent games down the stretch there. So I definitely wouldn't count him out.
Well, this 7th pin just won't go down for Jim. He's put it right there a few times, and that light mixer just won't get it for him. As Steve Mackey said, the 3-pound, 9-ounce new pins out there. When it makes contact with the 7 pin, there's nothing doing for Jim, and that's been that way for a few other players too. In the booth with Pete Sheridan, he's bowling tomorrow. Retired military veteran from the Air Force, which is always my favorite branch. I was not in the military, but I did have a good friend who was in the Air Force, and I always thought if I was going to get into the military, I would go to the Air Force. So I'm going to ask, what was your role, or what job did you have while you were there?
Mainly I was a supply guy.
Okay.
One of my specialties was I had to manage pretty big pallets of aircraft parts that would follow our airplanes wherever they happened to go. One of my bases was Ellsworth Air Force Base, where we managed the parts for the B-1 bomber. deployed to a little island called Diego Garcia, just about 2,000 miles south of the tip of India, southern hemisphere. Pretty interesting place, needless to say. I could stand in the middle of the island and see both shorelines. So I kind of told you something right there. And I did a couple of special duties. I was a military training leader for a few years, but my last 4 years I was a first sergeant, which was the best job I could have ever asked for. So if any of you fellow military out there, you know what a first sergeant is. He's the tip of the spear for the commander. So in good ways. I like to think of the good stuff, but it can also be the kind of the, I hate to put it this way, he can be the wrath of the commander as well.
Sure.
So
he's a messenger in many ways.
But great, yeah, I loved it. Took 21 years, best decision I ever made. Probably pretty much in my life, I would say, to join the military, and just really it was a great experience for me in a lot of different ways: work, leisure, competition. You could almost name anything in life, and the military provided that for me. Discipline. So and a lot of those things come into play when you're competing. Discipline and trusting yourself. Just staying in the moment. Just a lot of different things that compartmentalizing, putting a bad shot out of your head, go to the next one. So
Mike says thank you for your service to our country. Mike in the chat.
All right. You're welcome. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I saw Steve Klumpkin there. He just threw the first strike in the 10th, and it looks like he's got 217 maybe in the 9th. So one more, he puts himself in the 240s with 2 games left.
Well, if he could claw his way back to even, that's one thing I've always tried to tell myself. Even is kind of a good goal.
Well, yeah, I agree, especially on this.
And it doesn't matter how you get to even.
Right.
Even is even, whether you were up 100 or down 100.
One might sting a little bit more than the other, but it still might get you to the promised land.
Yeah, if you were up 100 and ended up even, that might not be feeling great. But yeah, if you're down 100 and you can, I think that happened to me last year. I was moving along pretty good, and I hit 23 and 24 last year and shot at 130. And all of a sudden, I was back down minus 70. And but I thought, I got 4 games left. I just clawed my way back, got to I think minus 30, and I thought, okay, that's pretty close.
Got a chance.
I think the cut last year was minus 10, I think.
Yeah, I was trying to remember what last year's number was. I have to ask Hemer. Jeff will know. Well, of course, Steve Mackey knows all things.
Yeah, I thought I remember it being minus 5 or minus 10. I know I wasn't far off. And, of course, you always, in hindsight, always think, if I could have just made that 130 at 170, But I probably could have, but I just wasn't thinking that game. Again, I just wasn't, I let the lane rattle me a little bit. So did he close it out?
I think he shot 246.
Well,
he had 9 on the fill.
And that just cut his deficit more or less in half.
It's a great spot to be, all things considered.
And he's going the right direction.
If you take out the 118, the 130, he shot 241, 226, 188, 246. I mean, those 2 games really seem like anomalies.
Yeah, that 118, he just, I was watching him that whole game, and his ball just was not finishing, which was really kind of strange because it looked like he was going up the lane, and that urethane just kind of quit on him.
It was weird. And lane 8 was the one on 7 and 8 for sure, and that lane's got a little hang on the right. But then he moved over to 9 and 10 and didn't get the same. I'm sorry, still had more of the same results, which was very odd. Then he was in and out of urethane, urethane, trying reactive, and they thought maybe got the right reactive, then that wasn't working. It's weird. David Haynes had a slow start. He shot 143, but Haynes now, folks, at least from what Steve and I saw, since game 3, he's been clean. This is now 4 consecutive games where he's going to be clean.
And it looks like he'll go into the plus here if he can throw another one here in the 10th. And he's one of the bowlers that looks like he's found a little something inside where he's finally got a little hold. He was struggling with that early. And, just being patient. Let's see if he gets it here. That one went a little high.
That's where the 8-game blocks really come into play.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to panic, and you can remain patient as best as possible, even though it's difficult to do. But you don't have to try to figure out and jump the gun, if you will, on trying to go out and find strikes that aren't there. So what Haynes is doing, folks, 197, 211, 244. Actually, I'll go back to the 198. That was in game 2. 198, 197, 211, 244, 199.
Yep.
At least the last 4 of those games have been clean. I don't know if he was clean in game 2, but he's got at least 40 clean frames, 40 consecutive clean frames.
Yeah, and he just, I'm
just trying to get 10 clean frames, Pete, in league in one game.
And I think it's just a matter of he just stuck to his, he didn't have the greatest look right out the gate. But, he kind of just stuck with what he does well. And I think that's a big key to this tournament is just kind of doing what you do well. Now, sometimes, if it's just not working, period, you might have to make a little bit of a change. But, I'm more of a down and inner. That's what I do well. I don't try to go into the 4th or 5th arrow, and it's I just don't do that very well. Some guys do. And this tournament really brings that out. What do you do well? Don't watch the guy next to you, who's playing a shot that you don't really play. Stick to what you do well and let the shot. Sometimes you gotta let the shot come to you a little bit. With kind of David Haynes, that's kind of looks like what that might have happened. I'm still waiting for a couple other guys who I think look to play in. Steve Novak looked like he might have moved in. I thought he might have done a little better doing that. I think he went to the other.
Yeah, he made
other
the flip.
end.
He's gonna have a big game. I think what helps him actually down there is he's bowling with Steve Plumpkin.
Yeah.
Like sometimes, where you're trying to figure it out, which Novak is at the moment, and you get to a pair, and all of a sudden you got somebody who's on a run, feeling good, and then you can get a real good read on their ball reaction. That might help him.
Yeah, I think I've always, if I was crossing with someone that maybe was playing them a little similar, I could kind of piggyback on them and see what they're doing. That I think Jim Tillery is one of those guys that if I'm struggling, I might go over and watch him because we kind of do something similar.
Jimmy T. How long have you known Jim?
I think I've known him for probably going on 20 years now.
He's one of my favorite people since I first started working this tournament.
I could tell you a funny story about him. I was bowling up in that Monte Vista tournament one year for the first time ever. I didn't even know what it was.
Okay.
It was a Calcutta, that kind of thing. And Jimmy was up there, and he bought me for I think it was like $75 or something.
Probably a steal.
And you know, I'm at this thing for the first time, and wouldn't you know, I led the darn thing. And you know, I said, Jimmy, what was your, you know, what made you do that? You know, he goes, well, I've been watching you back in Albuquerque. You've been bowling pretty good. I said, oh, really? I put it's nice to be watched. So he made a couple of bucks on that, and but you know, he's just been good friends. He lives up in I think up in northern New Mexico now. It's always good to see him up there at that tournament, but then he comes down here. Really good guy. He's probably got a even better radio voice than I do, I think. So he's a really good guy, and I love seeing him.
He'll be hanging out here tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get to hear him on one of the squads tomorrow. That looks like he's still having a, you know, he's if there's anything like me, where guys who are a little older, you know, sometimes that ball speed is. I really think Mike Miller said it in one of his articles in the program, where you really got to have some ball speed. Lower speeds are just going to be tricky. And you know, as you get old, sometimes that ball speed just sort of gradually sort of drops over the course of a 8-game block.
You got to be careful here.
Yeah.
All right, we're spare. That was way too choppable. He was looking at it too. He had thrown that ball on the fill shot in the previous game, and he definitely saw some shape. It's obviously much cleaner. He went to reactive. This 5-7-8 situation, though, that was a very difficult break for Justin. Just broke down from you know, you love to have the old bucket and the biscuit right there. Just give him the 5 count so he can shoot at the cluster, as opposed to trying to then get the 5 to move on over into the 7 and the 8. That's tough.
And we got Brandon Knowles here right in front of us now. So our leader,
he's going to finish on this pair. I'm sorry, these final 2 pairs, I should say. This is game 7. And we thought it would be the Knowles, I certainly did, the Knowles and the Clemkin show. But Steve, you know, again, had some troubles in games 2 and 3. You know, it's interesting too, right? What if Brandon was going right instead of left today? Right? Steve goes right, he's got to hit 7 and 8, 9 and 10, which happened to be the 2 pairs that just gave him the most trouble. Brandon goes left and is able to kind of dodge that, and now he gets it much later in the day, where there's been plenty of play and a more of an opportunity to play the pair.
you know, that's you know, that's the luck of the draw, I guess.
It's just an interesting thing,
Yeah.
right? I just, you know, because we go right
You're
here
right, though.
and you go left. You start right, you go right, you go left. You start left, you go left. And it just, I thought, clearly had the best looks in the building. And they bowled on the same pair on 5 and 6, and then they went their opposite ways.
You know, if you just look at the history of the house, you know, no matter what pattern you put on a lane, that it's sort of the underlying tone of the lane may still affect the shot. So maybe, you know, I think on the this side of the house, the higher side, maybe a pinch drier in some areas, maybe gets a little more play. So yeah, by going that direction, you maybe got a little more back, you know, a little more consistent shot down there. Whereas, you know, you go this way, that you hit a couple of pairs that were just really tight. And but this, you know, this house also has some characteristics of one lane hook, you know, consistently across the house. You know, you might have, you know, one lane hook more than the other, and that's quite. You know, you don't have that local knowledge, and that can, you know, you throw a good ball on 8 and go to 7 and it doesn't make it. So that can be tough too. Just, you know, you have to give up a frame, just not knowing that one left hook's more than right, or vice versa. Looks like Jimmy just threw a
that was a
10
great
back.
That was a great shot there, and the big fist pump too. In the booth, by the way, folks, with Pete Sheridan, longtime bowler of this tournament. He's going to bowl tomorrow. He'll be in Squad 5. He has served our country in the Air Force as well. Oh, wow. And almost the same cluster breakdown, but this time a bit more favorable for Antonio Lopez, or he was almost looking at a 5-7. Pete's been hanging out. Steve Mackey was in the booth for a couple games, as Steve always is, but he had to go and get prepared for the Pro-Am because it's already getting packed and crowded here in this booth. Or I'm sorry, not in the booth, in the building. Max, what ball is that? Ryan Skidmore's got he's got a little bit of room.
Yeah, he's making that reactive work. Just trying to get a kind of a look off to the right here, see if there's anything happening.
Nice to have a little bit of area, certainly at the end of a block. Paul B, how you doing? How long have you lived in New Mexico?
You know, I retired here at Kirtland Air Force Base in 2007, but I moved here, you know, prior to retiring. I moved here in 2004, and been here ever since. You know, I like the wife and I like it here. Good temperate weather. You can golf all year long.
Except for this week, apparently. Breaking records this week.
Yeah, you know, even when it's hot out there, you can still go out and get a round of golf in the morning. Even wintertime, people are golfing here with snow on the ground, believe it or not. Bowling is really competitive here. You got Steve here runs tournaments all year round. Of course, culminating with this one every year. So I can't think of a better proprietor, better guy to be putting this on for so many years.
20 years.
Very gracious to his service to us bowlers, and you know, getting some competition out there. I mean, it's just, you know, for the average bowler, you know, you don't get. Oh wow, that was 5 in a row, Brandon. Yeah, we just don't get to sort of rub elbows with some of the big guys, except for this. So it's really something to look forward to. Oh, that could have easily have been one there for Brian. I saw Francois in the building, I think.
Yeah, he's bowling the Pro-Am tonight.
You know, maybe he is, but probably just here. Right behind us there.
Yeah, he's bowling. Steve said Jacob Buttrick was on his way.
Yeah.
A couple other players who, at least maybe 2, are bowling now. Also going to bowl. I think Brian Skidmore is bowling too.
Oh, on the pro side, yeah. And you know what? You know who else is bowling in the Pro-Am? Is my son bowling in it.
How about that?
On the amateur side, of course.
Okay.
I like to say I taught him everything I know. He does. You know, kids will do. Oh, Dad, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do it my way. Name's Matthew. He's here in the building somewhere. This will be his first one.
I was going to say, how old is he?
He's 32.
How about that?
So tried to get him into bowling here a little more recently. Seems to really enjoy it, the competition, and this will be his first pro. You know, this type of tournament. I think he'll really like it. Just a really good experience.
Well, I complimented Jim on we were talking about the ball change, and he threw 2 really good shots, where for about 58 feet, they look great. And then, of course, it gets to the very end of the pattern and goes through the nose, knife through the heart.
And he's throwing that blackout, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, that ball does that. I guess it's a ball that really goes really long and then just flips on the back end. All right, Brian got a good break there.
Yeah, he's been able to keep it online, and I think that's where, you know, it's either you would bump up the speed in that sense, or you've got to make a subtle move. He actually might have a few, I won't say a few, probably a couple more boards right he can go down lane, speaking of Jim. So we'll see if he'll make that adjustment here. Meanwhile, Knowles with the front 5.
Yeah, he looks like he's trying to lock up his spot there kind of pretty early. Of course, you know, trying to. I don't think anyone could have done what JD did on the first squad. I was watching him there, and that was just incredible what he was able to do there. Because, you know, as well as he's done the last couple of years, he I mean, he just made it look easy. I mean, but it's not. I mean, that's the thing, is this shot is not easy. It's probably one of the toughest shots, you know, that most of us will bowl on every year. I think he's just throwing it that well. There's 6 in a row.
Wow, Knowles.
And he's moved into reactive. He was urethane early on. And that's the thing about, you get enough bowlers on a pair across, especially tomorrow, you're going to have more bowlers out here. I think all the shifts are probably just about full tomorrow. So you're going to have more bowling. I think they still go 4 a pair, but probably be a little warmer. So, you know, lanes could break down a little earlier. I don't know where I was going with that, but
That's okay.
You know, you can get comfortable, you know, get into that reactive quicker if you feel good with it. You know, urethane kind of grind out a couple of games and then get into reactive if you can.
Well, I think for Brandon, he got probably every ounce of urethane out. Like, I think he got everything he could get out of it. Because even in Game 6, maybe Game 5 late, looking down there, he was still in it for a while and playing out. And so, you know, that, I guess that one is consistent, right? Unless you're, again, JD, which, you know, maybe we'll have someone else kind of give their best JD impression tomorrow. And there's certainly more than a few candidates who could get that done. But unless you were him today, urethane worked well for a little bit for just about everybody. And then at some point, you did have to move away from it. I think in this squad, it seemed like it happened a little bit earlier than I was anticipating.
Yeah, I think I did see a lot more reactive come out. Game 3, Game 4. I was trying to see how Steve's doing down there.
Yeah, hard to tell from here. Klumpkin, right?
Yeah.
Or both.
Klumpkin, yeah. I thought I saw him. Looked like he might be on a string. It's kind of hard to see that far
It looks
down.
like he is. He's going to finish on 5 and 6. So we'll get a chance to see Steve essentially finish, hopefully, what he started, and working his way through some severe trouble. But he's currently at minus 45. So the story earlier was JD Nance with a few players after JD who still had a chance to set themselves up with a good number. One of those players was Jason Silva. He was bowling really well to the final game. I was very impressed with, I got to make sure I want to get her name
Callista?
properly. Callista Fritz, that's right.
Yeah, I watched her a bit too. She very solid style. I watched her as a junior bowler in here for years, and always liked her game. And now looks like she's been working on her release a little bit. Yeah, and she did very well. Minus 20, or no, not minus. That was I'm looking at an old. What'd she end up?
I think this one is the final.
Minus 103.
Yeah, but she was pacing.
Yeah.
At minus 20, and at that point it was like, well, if she can stay around even for the rest of the block, you know, she might have a chance to advance it tomorrow. And then she ran into a pair or two that gave her a little trouble as well.
But yeah, very solid game. I think she's in maybe at an university somewhere. I'm not sure where she's at.
Yeah, I learned that she was either at or was at, not sure, still currently as Noel string ends in the 7th. Was that Texas Tech?
Yeah, that's what I think I did hear that.
And then wants to, what I learned in the chat there, wants to, at some point, maybe go out on tour a little bit, which she's got a great foundation if that is what she wants to do. Steve, David had a question for you, Pete. He said, why not Minot?
Oh, why not Minot? Because I went to Ellsworth. Yeah. Ellsworth was cold enough. One snowstorm there. I woke up one morning in my car. All I saw was the antenna.
That sounds like Chicago.
That was it.
Where I'm from.
I didn't even bother trying to dig it out. I just waited till the snow melted.
Yeah, that's definitely Chicago right there. All right, so the storylines here for Squad 2, which have developed now. We started with Steve Klumpkin and Brandon Knowles, as I'm dropping the top 10 for you in the chat. Again, Knowles at +60. David Haynes at -8. A couple of good games from David Haynes, even games of minor plus numbers, and he's going to be solid, you would think. Karen Barkle, she was starting to find it a little bit late. Antonio Lopez. But Klumpkin has figured something out here. They say nothing you want isn't worth trying for.
Looks like he just got 9. Looks like he was on a minor string there. David Haynes hasn't doubled up, hasn't opened, so it looks like he might be on a 180 pace unless he gets a few strikes here.
So you've got Knowles, who has managed to have himself a very good block, +60 currently, and looking for more here after Game 7 is complete here in a moment. Steve Klumpkin, who started with 241, he was the Game 1 leader, and then went through troubles of 118, 136 in Games 2 and 3, and has figured out, now climbed himself, or dug himself, I should say, out of the hole. 226, 188, 246. To get back to -45 and still looking to finish strong with 1 game left. So he could end up plus here, which would be fantastic.
Oh, that would just be, that would almost be that would almost come in a minor miracle. I mean, it's,
yeah.
but if you got a goal and you just stick to what you're doing and not give up. I think that's another big one. Is just not ever giving up, because you never know what might happen. Looks like Skidmore got a break there, so he's going to shoot at 230.
Yeah, and then Brian Skidmore quietly, he went through his trouble kind of in the middle of the block, but he's figured out a way with this reactive, and of course, if you're a Motive fan, Venom Shocks seem to be never a bad choice. But able to go up the lane still, right, and not give it away too much. He's actually got a couple boards that he can work with to the right. And if he's missed right, he's actually left a couple of wrapped ins. That one's slightly left.
He's playing a line, I think, where if you miss, your misses are leaving gettable things. And 234, so that moves him up. Could have a little bit of a shuffle at the top here, depending on how David Haynes finishes out. I still can't really see what Klumpkin is doing. I'm guessing he's right around a 2-0. Steve Novak, kind of hard to see. Will he be back down here as well, or is he going left?
No, Novak's going to keep going left.
Yeah, okay.
So he's going to finish down there, but Klumpkin is going in this direction. He's going to come back and finish on 5 and 6. First trouble here for Knowles. There you go, Jimmy.
Jimmy gets one 10 back.
Oh, he might as well make it.
Well, getting good count. You know, that's another key. Spares, but, you know, also even on your splits, getting good count. You know, take the 2. You know, how often you see a guy get, you know, leave 4 or 5 on a split and then they get 1 or none. Or even on your fill ball, you know, don't get too fancy. Just, just get the 10. Don't try to do too much. All right, there you go.
I mean, yeah, Jimmy's got all kinds of room. I don't know if he knew it earlier enough, certainly, but those 2 splits in the 5th and 6th kind of let me know at least. He probably got 2 to 3 more boards down lane to work with that particular piece of equipment.
Yeah, that lightning, whatever it's that storm,
Yeah,
lightning
blackout.
yeah.
Again, hello to Ashley. Appreciate you checking things out, Ashley, as always. You and Rep doing the circle of bowling live streams this week. Wow, it is this week. That's right. It's funny. I just forgot. I forgot that quickly that I was actually in Detroit earlier this week. It's unbelievable.
Oh, in Detroit?
Yeah, I was in Detroit for the final week of the professional women's tour.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And came home Wednesday morning. Did the things you try to do in a brief 24-hour period.
Man.
Said hello to my kids, play with them basically all day. I had a little dinner with the wife, and then I was on a plane here.
Wow. Did she ever go with you?
No, we keep trying to figure that out. The problem is, you know, I sit here all day.
Yeah, that's kind of what I kind of. As my wife doesn't really. She'll watch me bowl every now and again, but she, for the most part, likes to stay at home and hang out. I just tell her how I'm doing when I get home, how things went. She always likes to hear that things went well. Joe LaRosa throwing a decent game here. He may be a little too far out, but he's putting together a fairly good game here.
Yeah, we try to get her to go, but yeah, you know, she bowls, so she doesn't mind watching bowling. But even, you know, if you're not doing anything else, at some point you don't want to watch a whole day's worth, which is what I do, of course. Yeah. And so there's never really a good time. If she does come out, you know, it'd be like she's got to come out the day before, because that's about typically the only time where there's free time, so to speak, on any event that I'm at. So, but she does do a very good job of surprising me, which she did for Father's Day at an event. She brought our children out to Indy for the U.S. Women's Open for a day. Really, actually, it was about 4 hours. It's a 2-hour drive for us. And they surprised me for Father's Day, which was fantastic.
Wow, that's great. Especially when you're on the road.
Oh yeah, it was great. They had the whole crew on it too. You know, so I had no idea actually that it was going down. Noel's not the ending that he was hoping for, but he's going to be just fine in the grand scheme of it. Obviously, he'll be better if he makes this, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's going to be at least going to be at plus 80, maybe.
Done.
Maybe plus 90.
There it is. As if he hasn't done anything else well today. He's got a split game. Yep. Nicely done.
And things like that can be just something like that, you know, where you just stay focused and pick up a gettable split, you know, gives you a little momentum, you know, going into the next, you know, your last game. You know, so always, even finishing the end of a game on a positive note with a, you know, something like that, or striking out, or it can, you know, just definitely add into your next game. Looks like Lopez finishes out strong. He's going to stay around 100 under, which still isn't bad.
We can't rule anything out now. But I know better to you know, not consider who's bowling tomorrow. And I know that there's going to be at least a squad that's going to be, I won't say high scoring, but I think as a group, one of those squads is going to be very favorable, perhaps more than others. That's a wait and see, obviously, but you could have one of those blocks where, one squad is responsible for, 5 of the top 10 scores. That happens when you get a really good, talented group. And everyone, for the most part, is kind of playing in a similar area of the lane. I'm looking forward to seeing how that works out tomorrow, even in the morning, too. That first squad tomorrow should be very interesting.
The only thing I'm noticing is, I think last year, I think I was in Squad A, which I think it was the one I bowled. I want to say I was in the top 6 or 7, and then I think I dropped to maybe 19th or 20th after. So the next squad right after Squad A seemed to pick it up a little bit. This one, unless we see some really big games, not quite as much as last year, I think. But the squads the next day really because there was even, I thought that -30 or -40 might make it. And the squads they really started bowling well on the 3, 4, and 5, and pushed that cut up to -10. I'm if I had to take a wild guess, I don't know what Steve's guess was. He's always pretty good at calculating those things.
Yeah, I don't think he ended up giving a number. We talked about it, and then he told me basically if I thought +10 or -10 was going to be the number. I was crazier than a junkyard dog. That's what he told me.
If I had to guess, I'd say it's going to be below -10, something maybe -20. But I just don't know a lot of names on that board over there that have to bowl tomorrow.
There's a ton.
And you just don't know. So you don't know how they match up, what equipment they're using, what experience they have. So you just don't know until the fat lady sings, so to speak. So I don't know if we got a score on.
I didn't see Steve's. I'm gonna when he makes he's here. I'm gonna try to get a look at the old score sheet there in a second. I got Pete Sheridan hanging out with me, so I gotta give a shout out to Pete. I gotta give a shout out to Eddie Joe Torres. Eddie stayed the entire block this morning, which I didn't anticipate, but I was very thankful for doing so. He was very excited, just to get ready to bowl and kind of watch what was happening and formulate his game plan. He'll be out there in the morning, 7 a.m., bright and early, trying to get it done. David Haynes, by the way, it's like a ball change, but he can only get into the 170s now. A couple of splits. Some open frames. Missed a makeable, missed a single pin.
Yeah, it looks like he might have been in the 160s, maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong.
Possibly.
The wrong group.
I thought he might have been finished on the right lane.
Oh,
maybe.
yeah. Actually, his score is a little lower than what I thought. Yeah, he did shoot 165. I was trying to give him 172.
Yeah, Eddie's been coming up here from, I think he's from Las Cruces, I think. He's been coming up here to Tenpins to bowl he's great. He comes up here all the time to bowl, to support Steve's tournaments here. And usually does pretty well. So I expect good things out of him tomorrow.
Mr. Helmick will close out Game 7. So Steve Klumpkin is going to be down here on 5 and 6. Brandon Knowles, looks like Greg Wabima will be back down here. Might be the original group who started on 5 and 6. Actually.
Yeah, it does look like it.
We'll see if Jeff will be able to provide a Game 7 update this time around. We'll find out here in a little bit. We got to this point last block, and or I should say squad 1. And Jason Silva started very well in game 8. And he went to, I think, front 4, maybe front 5, spare, strike. And he was in a situation where, you know, he could have shot 270. Then he missed, left the 3-6-10. I think he missed that. And that reaction that he gave, and obviously the reaction of missing the spare, but the reaction of, I think he knew he had a chance late with a big game. He finished at, what, minus 64 today?
He was at minus 64, shot 227 that last game.
Yeah, and he you know, we've been watching bowling for a while. Like, I could tell that it just wasn't the spare. It was like the spare and, okay, you just missed out basically on maybe on at least giving yourself another 30 pins to be in the mix. It'll be close still, right?
You know, funnier things have happened. You know, just the way this pattern's breaking down. You know, depends on what 4 bowlers, you know, you put on each pair and how they break it down and how it is when the next 4 get there. And sometimes it's just a pattern will break down and it just kind of breaks down backwards, you know, and it just doesn't do what it should do. That's one of the beauties of what Mike does here is puts down a tough shot to begin with, and you have to be able to adjust to the whatever happens, even if it's backwards. So it's another one of the challenges of this tournament. And you can't really go in set, or you know, you kind of have an idea what you want to do, but you got to be flexible and make adjustments. And so here we go with Steve. He's well in now. He's on the gutter on this pair. He started, and now he's in. Looks like about middle arrow, maybe.
Yeah, he was definitely at 4th arrow. His reaction though to that shot, or the result specifically, basically told me the whole story.
Yeah.
Like whatever just happened there, he probably was in the same area, maybe a subtle move, board or 2, from making the jump from the high end to the low end, and that ball probably is in the 1-3 flush. Maybe not flush, but at least light. At least light mixer beforehand. And yeah, I don't think he was expecting 2-4-5.
Yeah, he looked like he was expecting that ball to make the turn there, maybe from what he was doing down there at the high end. But this is where you got to grind it out, you know, especially if you're, you know, if nothing else, you know, sometimes you just got to grind it out, just, you know, if nothing else, just to make the top, what, I think 68, or I don't think Steve might pay down that far. I think last year I think he was down around 68 or somewhere in there. And even if it's just, you know, don't get to the point where, hey, I can't make the top 32, and now it's like, well, what is there? Well, hey, you know, and if you can walk out of here with a check in your hand,
Oh, absolutely.
it's you know, makes it a little bit better.
The other thing too at stake for this squad, see if this one hooks.
Really good reaction on that.
Oh, that one didn't quite tip down lane either, which it would be par for the course for the players who've been trying to kind of play in on 5 and 6 the last few games, because you get it there and it's kind of like, looks like it wants to make a move. Even you know, Brandon Knowles' ball just kind of laid off, which kind of lets me know, right, the difference there is rev rate. Right, Knowles' rev rate a little higher, obviously, than Klumpkin's, and so Steve leaves a 2-4-5, where, you know, Knowles can kind of leave a weak 10.
Yeah. You know, with these new pins here, you know, the hit that's been a little more successful has been that hit that Steve just had, that would come in not quite half pocket, a little light, and that seems to be a pretty good hit in here. You know, even during league and house shots, it's sometimes high flush, either high flush or that semi-light, you know, hit not quite half pocket. It seems to be the ticket here, and but those are these heavy, these heavy pins. Plus they're new. It just makes sometimes it looks like a great hit. Just you get 9. Throw a good ball, and so it's I would probably stick with that light for Steve. That light hit like that, I think you can duplicate that here. On this shot, might just stay there. I don't like to move when I have that, especially here. And, you move a little bit right, and then all of a sudden you go through the face. So you might, maybe see what he can come up with here.
All the players basically return to the pair of lanes that they started on for this block. We got Ureli Alvarez. Jose Terrazas, Bill Gregory. We're on 7 and 8. This big shot here for Steve. Great shot.
Yeah, that was a. Now the question is he going to try to adjust on the right? I just really hate to move off of a good light hit like that, but he may. He may want to try to go for the high flush like he did there. Yeah, Brandon, his ball struggled to make the corner there on that shot.
Yeah, I think Steve made sure that he didn't miss it at the bottom. Yeah, I think he got all of that.
Yeah, I really like his release. He just seems to not, he's just a very solid, just kind of a very simple process for him. He's just got to hit the right part of the lane. I'd like to see Bill Gregory here. He's a house bowler, and really I've watched him bowl over the years. Gotten much better. And then like it's good to see him in tournaments like this where they just try to kind of just see what you got. May not be out. He probably knows he's not going to come out here and win it, but it's just kind of just to see how kind of an evaluation of your game. And how to get better. Oh, that was a good shot there.
Brandon Knowles is now at plus 90, folks.
Oh, we got the new.
We got some scores after 7. This is game 8. If you're just joining us for the first time today, Squad 2 of the New Mexico Open. Emil Williams Jr. with Pete Sheridan's been hanging out with me for the last couple of games. I appreciate him for doing as such. We've got Knowles in at plus 90. Now Brian Skidmore is second at minus 24. David Haynes shot 165, drops to the minus 43. Steve Klumpkin is fourth at minus 72. With Steve Novak fifth at minus 90.
I thought Steve might have had a better game there, but yeah.
Yeah, we must have been looking at the wrong letter down there.
Looks like he fell off a little bit there.
Well, this is it for him. He puts up a good number. I would say good to great, actually. I think he's probably in. Oh.
Yep. He made the adjustment and went to the high. You never know. Like I said, it's a funny game. He has a lot of room there. One big game, and that thought of that 118 is going to be gone.
Irish Pokey joining us. Hello, Irish. Again, this is Emil here. That is Urelis Alvarez, I assume you're speaking of, over on 7 and 8.
So someone who's got the 5-bagger, the other lefty there. Who is that?
That is Gary. I believe that's Gary. What do I keep wanting to call him Gary for some reason? Where is he? Greg. I keep wanting to call him Gary.
Yeah, you know,
It's Greg Wabima.
looks like he's finishing strong. Like I said, that's never giving up. I think this tournament is just all to run through the finish line, as they say.
All right, so Noel, I'm going to drop the top 10 here. Ryan Skidmore. Plumpkin.
Oh,
That one hit like.
that was that half pocket pin here that you just wish it would stay light. You might carry it.
Jana is watching, maybe from her office, maybe from home, but she said great commentary. Yeah, Pete's not a bad dude over here, Jana. Using his radio voice that he's had his whole entire life, finally.
You know, one of my favorite public address announcers was when I went to go to LA Dodger games in Dodger Stadium, and John Ramsey, longtime public address announcer. My brother and I tried to emulate his voice, and that's where people thought we both kind of had a good public address voice. And my sons have the same. My sons don't answer the phone and they think it's me.
What does your son do?
You know, my oldest son works for UPS here in Albuquerque, and my youngest son actually worked for TSA for a little while. So if you flew in and out of Albuquerque, you might have seen him.
Okay, I'll look for him Monday.
Well, he's not there anymore.
Oh, gotcha.
He's with another security company.
Okay.
But yeah, it's they're both here in Albuquerque, and so we get to see him. It's always good to be able to see family.
Oof, it's a good thing that Knowles has the cushion that he has, because his ball is simply just not finishing. That was about as good as you can throw it. Right there.
Yeah, I still think a lot of the taps that you see in this tournament are still a little bit based on some of the newness of the pins. You know, the bottoms are still pretty flat. You just don't see as many of the kickouts on the corner sometimes.
That's a great point. 3 pounds, 9 ounces.
Yeah. And sometimes the faster you throw it, the pins just go straight back instead of a little slower speed where you might get a little more tilt on the pin. But, you know, this tournament kind of calls for that. I think you have to have some ball speed to keep it on line. All right, see if anyone else here is.
Crossover and carry it, Greg.
Wow.
Oh, Greg.
6 in a row. You know, well, you know what? They got that little bonus for bowling a high score on a pair. So,
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I was going to say. Yeah, thanks to Principal Financial.
Yeah, you never know.
There's still bonus money for the top 5.
Oh, that's right. Just have the top 5. Yeah, that's right. Okay, they got that one to go through the pins real well there. Yeah, if I was in Brandon's spot, I'd probably be feeling pretty comfortable.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's in a, if I was thinking, like, if he was in a situation, let's say he was Steve, right, and he got to this final pair and all of a sudden he couldn't carry.
Yeah.
Then you're in a situation where, do you switch balls? Do you go to something because you kind of got to take that risk? He doesn't have to do that, thankfully. Meanwhile,
there's that light hit.
The Coach K carry. How about that?
Well, you know, if he can go off the sheet,
it's Hall of Fame carry.
You know, he can get almost back to even, which I think would just be huge for him.
Yeah, he'd be, all but in, but one frame at a time here.
Yeah. Oh, there's a 7-bagger there.
Okay.
For Greg.
This is Greg Wabima. I thought he was going to put up some numbers right out the gates. He had his the urethane looking pretty good early on the fresh game 1. But never or better late than never. Congrats, by the way, Irish Pogey. Irish Pogey, you should be in the Hall of Fame of course, just in the early YouTube days, long before things got a little bit haywire, where there was, we were looking for certain TV shows and bowling. Well, you just go to Irish Pogey's page. That's where they go. That's where they are.
So if you happen to come across anyone from overseas that ever tunes in?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Australia is very, very active. We get players or viewers from Sweden,
Nice.
Italy, China. Yeah, it just depends on, a lot of times people just kind of come across certain things on YouTube, certain streams, especially if they're bowling fans, and they, oh, okay, this is on. Then hopefully they subscribe, which many do. And then they get notified when there's things happening. And then on the other platforms, same thing. Yeah, a lot of international viewers.
That's cool.
And that's how, bowling is supremely international. And the women's tour really, really exemplified that this year. We just had some players on tour come over from Japan, actually, and compete for the final week of the season. And the player of the year on the women's tour is from Malaysia. And I learned that a lot of Malaysia and Singapore watches a lot of bowl TV or bowling in general. So yeah, tons of international viewers.
I really like her game.
Yeah, Urales.
Yeah, she's really got a good game.
She's just scratching the surface too. Greg looking to keep. Oh my goodness! Let's go. Oh, and Greg said that's lefty care. All right, so Steve's max score is down to 249.
So yeah, he's still still not put a number up, something to chase. Even if it's maybe if you're minus 30 or 40, you just never know.
That would get him to minus 23. So it feels like he's at a point where strikes in the 8th and the 9th, and you feel like maybe even the first one in the 10th. That would get him into the minus 30 range. Carry.
That one didn't quite turn. Looks like Steve Schultz is having a halfway decent last game here.
Yeah, he's down on 9 and
one of our straighter players.
10. See that bottom right of your screen there?
Looks like I see one person on a string down on that far pair. I can't tell who it is though. Looks like is it Skidmore? It might be. Looks like he might have a few in a row here.
Yeah, if it's him, he does. He will be all but in. Good spare. Boy, on a tricky pair, tricky condition at this point, a 2-8. Tough to shoot.
Oh, looks like he went high there, but it looks like Skidmore might be in the 200s. I'm not sure exact score, but maybe something close to even, possibly.
I think he's going to go plus probably for the tournament after this game, the way it's looking from here.
And then someone else has a 7-bagger down there. I don't know who that is yet.
How about young Mr. Greg Wabima? Okay, Jose, good shot. Over on lane 8. Carry it, come on.
Well,
right,
a
Greg.
good run there. Antonio Lopez just never quite got comfortable out there playing that up and in, which he usually is very good at. Oh, almost got the split there. I really like how she can generate that ball speed.
Yeah, it's impressive. With ease, too.
Yeah.
With ease. If she can, continue to work toward just getting her hand at the bottom just in a little bit of a stronger position to match her ball speed, so that rev rate can increase just a little bit, get the ball started a little bit sooner. But yeah, I've always liked her game. She bowled at Tulane. Actually, Steve mentioned she had a great experience actually going to Australia because of great athletic and academic awesomeness at Tulane. Got a chance to spend a couple weeks in Australia free of charge.
Wow.
Steve Plumpkin left of your screen.
All right, split the 8-9 on that one.
And Steve's max is 237. That would get him to minus 35.
You know, I if I was in his spot there after game 2 and 3, if someone told me I would be at minus 30 at the end, I'd have took it. But I'll take it. Just
He's 74 over for the other 5 games, and he's going to probably be plus again. Minus the 2 games, games 2 and 3. That saw him go minus 64 and minus 82 respectively. He went minus 146 in 2 games.
You know, this tournament, I don't care who you are, you just have to find a way to make your worst game a $160, $170. I mean, even if it's just doing something just to get off that lane, just to finish it, and it's hard. Sometimes before you know it, all of a sudden it's boom.
I can't. I'm trying to think of the last time I saw somebody work really hard for the scores that Steve put up, because he was in different balls. You could see his brain moving. He went down and looked at David Haynes on like 5 and 6 to see where he was playing, like so he can maybe he had to make a quick adjustment or a quick move that was much different than what he was already doing. Like you could just see it all happening in his mind. Like, okay, what am I going to do? Everything he tried, it looked like it worked for about a frame, and it did.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Yeah, if you're doing the research, sometimes it's just, that's where bowling is just so interesting. It's you just don't have, there just is no explanation. It's just one round object hitting another. Someone said, well, what do you mean by that? Well, the bowling ball is round, and the pin is round, and one round object hitting another. You got 2 million combinations. I mean, and sometimes the combinations don't go your way. Looks like Brandon finished a little slow there. He's still going to be plus.
Let's take off 22. It'll be at plus 68. Beg your pardon.
And I think this is going to be somewhat of an unprecedented start, where you're only going to have 2, maybe 3 people plus after 2 squads. I don't think I've seen that.
That's interesting, especially from a long-time participant.
Yeah, I mean, unless we had one of those 10 years ago that I've just totally erased from my memory. But I think last year we had a lot more people plus at this point, and I don't know how Skidmore finished, but I can't see his score. It's 2-something. I'm not sure if you can see better than me.
No, I can't see it.
I think he's A down there, I believe.
He's in the 200s.
Yeah.
This is a big shot here for Steve Plumpkin. He took a re-rack. There was something about that rack he did not like. I think he took 2, generally allotted 2. In that sense, he took them all right there. Knows he's got to have at least a double.
I wonder if that guy came out and distracted him a little bit, maybe. Not sure. I think he might have just popped out after he let go of the ball, so. But yeah, getting down to the final few frames here. And like I said, I think it's a little bit, I would say, lower scoring than what I used to seeing here after a couple of squads. But he'll get to almost, what, minus 50 something.
Yeah, and all things considered, again, not what he wanted. And if you would have watched Steve Bowl game 1, you would have said, all right, maybe he doesn't get the JD numbers, but he's going to be 100 over.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have bet on that.
And he would have been minus games 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's what he wanted. That's what he needed to reverse that.
So he's going to take off 17. He'll finish at minus 55. And again, he goes 91 over for 6 games and 140 some odd over or under for those 2 games back to back. That's the difference right now. But if anybody else has those troubles, that could happen. We'll see.
You know, the thing about this tournament is every bowler in here is a 190, 200 average bowler. And this tournament really, it really brings out, it can bring out the best in you. You know, it can bring out the worst in you. Hopefully, the best most of the time. But if nothing else, it's no matter how you do, it's just bowling in it is significant. Just because it's that tough of a shot. And it'll make you better. Make you better down the road.
And finishing up there, Steve Schultz.
220. Another good game on, didn't catch his name. Looks like Justin O'Donnell's going to finish with a good game. Joe LaRosa is going to finish with a good game. So, yeah, a lot of good games coming down the stretch here. Just sticking with it. And you'll be back tomorrow morning, huh?
I'll be right here.
So you staying close by, or?
Oh yeah, you can't. My limit is or max is 15 minutes away. Never know what might happen. Alarms don't go off. Things happen. So you need to be as close as you can to make sure you're available.
Yeah,
knock on wood.
Yeah, 7 a.m. bright and early tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's the early and late day.
I've always been more of a later shift bowler just because it's kind of similar to when leagues start.
Gotcha.
5, 6. Kind of puts me in that mindset. Mornings are okay. A lot of Steve's tournaments here that he runs on weekends can run morning shifts. Get that morning coffee in you, and off you go.
Telmick 171. He battled the urethane reactive game earlier in the squad. As Lopez will finish it out.
Yeah, Dennis was bouncing back and forth. I saw him. I think he used everything in his bag. Joe LaRosa finishing out strong. 230, 233. Once he got to urethane, I think he had a little better look. I don't know if he started with that.
Oof. Wow. Lopez doesn't get that one to go. Unbelievable. All right, so then we got Alex Lindahl finishing up and Karen Barkle.
Yeah. Looks like Karen will be bringing us home here. Almost left the bucket. That's common leave here in this tournament.
I've seen a couple of those, some bucket crumblers, but
or bucket crumblers, yeah.
They weren't good designs though that they crumbled into. They were actually harder than the bucket
Yeah,
they would have left.
That's a tough spare there. That seems like no matter how I shoot that spare she's got, I think it's the 2.5. I'd chop it no matter what. Yeah, she got it.
I tell you, Justin O'Donnell though, that's the one for me. He had a bucket. It would have been a bucket in the 7-pin. And that thing crumbled into it was the 5.78.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a 5.78, which that's so difficult to then make. You get a lot of things got to go your way.
Yeah, like where'd the
for
ball
that to
go?
down, right? And with that, that is going to officially complete squad number 2 of the 20th annual New Mexico Open, live from Tenpins More at Rio Rancho, New Mexico. For those of you who have been asking for scores, scores have been posted on the Tenpins More Facebook page, and they have been posted, or will be posted, I should say, after complete squads. If you've been following along, of course, you know we update you on the air, and I also give you the top 10 in the chat. Big thanks to Jeff. I know he is still working on uploading those scores to the Bowl JBT website as well. There won't be any real-time or game-by-game standings online, but we do have the real-time game-by-game standings here in the booth, and we get you those, of course, as soon as we get them as well. So thanks to Jeff. I want to thank Pete Sheridan for hanging out for these last couple of games, Pete. I really appreciate it. Got a chance to know you a little bit, learn a little about your story. Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
And I look forward to watching you bowl tomorrow. Now I got somebody else to root for.
Yeah, been a pleasure. Enjoyed it.
It was great. And it was great for you, the viewer, certainly. Again, Tenpins More Facebook page for all the info, updated standings, bowljbt.com. Tomorrow, on Saturday morning, we will get underway at 7 a.m. Mountain Time. Again, 7 a.m. Mountain, that's 8 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Eastern. And for those of you who want to wake up a little earlier, 6 a.m. Pacific time as well. Until then, we'll watch a little bit of the Pro-Am squad. That will not be streamed, of course, but always a packed house here for the Pro-Am tonight at Tenpins More. Thanks to Steve Mackey. He joined me as always. We'll see you tomorrow, Rep. And everyone else, Irish Pokey, thanks for tuning in. This has been a presentation of the New Mexico Open B Squad. You watched it live and only on Bowl Stream TV. You guys be safe, be well. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.